As we are once again alive upon the internet after having been kicked off the internet last night, as we lost connection towards the end, or well, at the end. It was the end because we lost connection. And yeah, let's make sure that everything's looking correct with bit rates going everywhere. And everything's being set to public and titles being changed and my audio looking fine. It is. And yeah, as the title kind of gives away, we're gonna go record Character 5's build collection update video, as we've done the other 4. And yeah, I'm kind of feeling good about kind of actually having a schedule going with the videos, which is kind of working out. As I'm kind of ahead of the curve for now, at least. Let's see how we do. Because I'm gonna keep a schedule going of kind of every 2 days something comes out. Although yeah, it's gonna be a main video and then 2 days later a short and then a main video and then a short and then, or well, main video as in like normal video. So we have 2 of each scheduled, I think. Yeah, 2 of each scheduled. So we'll add this one onto the bunch. And yeah, let's take this to the last remaining safe house in New York, which is we've been using the New York safe houses as the background for all of these. Well, actually, in this one, I'm not even sure. Is there even a good spot? Like, there's the spots with like the statue, like here. This is also I'm gonna get bumped into by dozens of people. Is there anything cool looking here? Some more statues, but they're like horribly lit. Yeah, I guess we just use her and then try to place it. You can see my footprints. Yeah, let's get an intro in and stuff. Also, yeah, let's make sure that we're going to the right browser here. And either Andy. There we are. Already opened all of the builds and such. So that's at the ready. So let's check if this is lining up correctly. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't if I change my browser size. And yeah, this doesn't need to have this. Oh no, this doesn't need to have this. This one doesn't need to. Yeah. Actually, no. Let's have a circle. Let's try to find just a decent-ish looking intro position. One thing I should remember to do as well is actually take an actual screenshot of the character. Usually I just take a still frame of the video as like my intro, but sometimes my head is kind of in the way, so I don't hate this as kind of like an intro. Maybe we can even get a little bit more artsy with it. There we go. That kind of works. We don't need to overthink it too much. It's just an intro. Yeah. And let's make sure first though, that the hard disk is ready to record, because that's always a thing as well. Yeah. How much does this hard disk still have? Oh, I need to clean it at some point. Although it still has like 80 gigs, 90 gigs there. So. But yeah, we're reaching the end of like the 6 terabytes that it is. But I think I'll just eventually throw away the rendered version of all the videos and then just keep all of the bits that it's made out of, and then we can always re-render it to its whole version if we need to. We don't need the final product saved. We can always re-render it that way. Yeah, let's get going here. I need the renders. Indeed. We're using up the... I've been basically having 5 characters and 5 New York safe houses. We've been using the New York safe houses one by one. Although this is kind of the most boring one out of them. And the other ones are actually visually kind of cool. Or like have at least spots that are kind of cool. This one's kind of boring, but you know. Save the worst for last. Yeah, let's attempt an intro and see how far we get. Might need a few takes, as I always do. So there's a build collection update, build showcase. That's the order of those words. I should know. Yeah, we could turn those around. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're continuing on our build collection updates into character 5, the final character of the build collection. So it does end here, basically. And yeah, we're gonna build showcase quickly through all of their builds. This isn't, of course, like a true build showcase, although it kind of is, although over a lot of builds, basically. If you haven't seen the previous versions, what is going to happen is that I'm going to go build by build through the build collection and the character itself. We're going to kind of showcase all of their builds, and I'm especially going to talk about, first off, what has changed, as that has usually been the premise of these build collection update videos, as we... well, finally have kind of everything updated and such on the build collection. Some of the more recent changes of the season, even though the season start is ages ago at this point, how those affected the builds. Then as well, I'm going to actually talk about, as we're going to go through each build, as most builds did get touched, if nothing else, by just a weapon change or such. I'm going to talk about what the build is for, and also how hard it is to put together, as I think that is valuable information to know. Then you can kind of guess if you have a purpose for that build, and then also if you want to go and get it. And yeah, we're going to timestamp everything so that you can jump around between all of the builds, also from the build collection itself. If you're interested in a certain build and you want to reference what it is maybe for or such, you can always jump to these videos, basically, and then kind of... get a quick overview of them. So yeah, let's go get started. One take for once. One minute 47. That's perfectly fine. We got everything in there, timestamping and then stitch and all of the things we wanted to talk about. So yay. Do I stand here? I don't hate this, but also I was thinking otherwise here, and we'll just have this lady kind of like fidgeting behind us. Maybe we take the statue. Yeah, that's enough. Not to have too much visual there. Also, I realized, of course, yeah, I didn't play this character at all since yesterday when we kind of lost connection. Either 12. No worry. And yeah, I'll be responding indeed in between segments, as we always do. There's a bunch of segments here, so it'll be short ones in between. Or moments in between where I can't actually catch up on chat. I'm gonna keep that snub nose. I don't know if I have a better one or not. This is a character I keep. I make a whole the pistol collection is on, basically. Okay, let's actually clean them up because we don't want to have flashing things in there to distract. Do I need more 1886s? I have 2 Virginians. No, I already have one in there. And likely I have already one in here as well. So that can go too. Let's go back here. So Negotiator yesterday, it's a huge to just be in story mode in New York. Yeah, although of course leveling through that thing, like yeah, the DZ method is overall pretty good. Getting group scaled up is pretty good. But yeah, failing that, if you're just doing it full solo, going through New York, you want to do that anyway if you're going to keep the character, kind of. Because otherwise, yeah, a bunch of stuff still breaks if you don't do Wony, basically. Yeah, let's load up. Actually, we'll build one already. Why is this mask rated to 11? So one thing I did recently actually is that everything, just to use up a ton of resources, oh, it's because it was right under here. I actually made everything in every loadout grade 12 at the very least. So everything is now grade 12, except the 511 mil, of course, right? That's 5 and then 11, basically. So, but yeah, we'll be seeing that through here. Yeah, so let's take it to here. Let me catch up on chat one last time, and I'll jump in. Yeah, I'm getting. Well, thank you for being an ambassador. Let's call it that, right? Think about it now. Oh, thank you for helping out with that. Although as well that I'm perfectly happy with the reach that I already have. As yeah, it's a niche subject in niche games. Like not everybody is up for watching an hour-long video of somebody going through all their builds or some of their builds and stuff like that. So I gotta get that. Almost level 16. No, so actually what I have on 511. My finger, but yeah, what I have on 511, if we go back here, it's one side is 5, the other side is 11. That's how we keep that one graded. Like everything on the left is 5 and the right is 11. I should maybe make the pistol 16 just then, so that lines up as well. But I haven't made the spec weapons 12. In that going to 12, everything went to 12 basically. So, but yeah, this we kept at 5 and then 11. So that's the only ones we didn't go all the way with. But yeah, that actually means that they no longer fully align actually with the builds here. Some of them are like, but yeah, I'm not gonna do an upgrade just for that. So that is. Yeah, let's get started here. And yeah, so one of my goals is to keep everything under preferably 4 minutes or around 4 minutes, and definitely under 5, basically. So we'll be trying to go quickly through builds. Yeah, let's just get going. Oh yeah, I'm 5.01. And we start, of course, with 5.01. And yeah, 501 is this character's negotiator. What I kind of have on this character is actually a selection of builds that I enjoy on account 1, coming on over into here, basically, as none of them are really shown in the build collection as duplicates. So, for instance, here we're showing it with the backpack, where the other one we were showing was with a vigilance backpack, just to show different versions. But then usually it is kind of saved in the game, as we'll see in a second, like a 5-piece. So, but I kind of have the builds that I kind of enjoy, as I just have one character on account 2 that I really actually main, basically. I used to have a World Tier 5 character that is now basically a storage space for some of the level 29 gear that used to come from that. And they are also set up for bounty cheesing, so... but then, yeah, this character, we're starting here with the Negotiator, the backpack version this time. We already saw an Vigilance backpack version. And of course, yeah, if we're not going with that, we're getting a Coyote in here. Here as well, with the Lexington, not much changed, of course, for Negotiator, except that the backpack talents became much better than it used to be. It used to take it from 60 to 100. It is now taking it from 60 to 112. That has helped quite a bit. The build overall has lost a little bit of damage, though, still, because, yeah, we did... Our Obliterate went down a little bit, our Grupo Chest went down a little bit, but overall still the optimal-ish setup for this if you want to go with Obliterate and having the backpack here, where we're much more focusing on spreading out. If we take it into the game, we see this is saved as a 5-piece, as they commonly are. This was also the case with the other character that we kind of saw the Negotiator on. And this is, as well, usually how I diversify the build collection a little bit, as yeah, then we'll have a different Negotiator version on there, but then I'll have my options always, because on this one as well, if I wanted to have, for instance, a different backpack here, either Memento or this Cheska backpack to kind of slot in to have Vigilance instead, or yeah, as with the build picture to go with Coyote. But even here, Contractors could be a choice. We could go here with the Contractors and then go main and LMG basically. So I'm keeping my options open, but saving it as this 5 pieces. And we'll see this repeating pattern on a lot of builds here, as yeah, there's a bunch of gear sets, and generally with the gear sets, unless there's an item that isn't really worth it, so with the Negotiator, that's chest, we're leaving that out. We're kind of creating options for all of the other slots by having it saved as these 5 pieces. But of course, yeah, I'll never run it as 5 pieces, except if I load it and then forget to change it, which quite often happens, but shh, don't tell anyone. And yeah, what this build is for, Negotiator is a really good red build, especially just in a normal-ish setup. Like here, we're also not per se going, for instance, for focus or something, keeping it pretty easy. And what we're trying to do is basically mark multiple targets, spread damage to multiple targets. And if we do that, it is actually pretty powerful. It can go toe to toe with strikers in a theoretical sense if we're marking multiple enemies. But even without just continuously being perfect with our marking and such, it is still a very powerful build. And it is very easy, of course, to get together. All of these are red cord pieces so that we can just slot in. We alter this, the miner, we try to get a really good roll on the main and just get it going that way. The Coyote would, of course, be something to farm for, but this could also just be a high-end piece if you're missing that. Together as well. If you don't have a Lexington, a FAMAS or Anfal is a really good pick for here. Yeah. How long was you? 352, even with the extra explanation at the start. I'm getting good at this. Too bad it's the last one. Too bad we're never doing it again. 55 grade. Yeah. Someday out there. Well, we would need to be 511, right? That's how high we would need to go. And hey there, Cress. Yeah. I felt good then. Getting all that in under 4 minutes, even with the extra explanation. Yeah, let's take it back to here and go on to 5.02. Not this one, actually, this one. Okay. Did they actually even have the bighorn on them? They do have the bighorn on them, at least. Yeah, let's go. Actually, let's have this fan on a little bit, because I'm already starting to be a little sweaty just by talking way too much. Oh. I had the alarm still on. Took a little nap. But yeah, we got it early there. I was like, at latest I'll get up 8:30, but I got up kind of before that. Yeah. Yes. And we come to 5.02. As with all the other characters, the O2 is their striker. It is generally the build that we all need for certain things like incursion, or when the going get tough. When the going gets tough, the tough grab their striker and get their striker stacks up. And yeah, this is, of course, changes-wise, the Bighorn got a pretty big buff. That's why it is actually showing up in here, and I kind of wanted to have it be a Bighorn setup. Then as well, kind of setting up the crit chance and crit damage to kind of align with that. We're going here with 54, 105. This would also actually, 54, 105 is a better balance between these two. We can also go 48 and then 117. But we're kind of showing it here as for a mid-range setup, kind of a mid-range and short-range setup. And then, yeah, we're kind of aligning our crit chances to kind of align with that, at least on this build picture. And the changes to Striker was basically only its backpack got changed. It went from at 100 stacks being a 100% increase, separate multiplier basically, to a 90%. So it's a 1.9 multiplier at full strength in this setting where we're going with Obliterate. Obliterate, of course, as well got hit a little bit. Same with Cheska, but that's more. Those are kind of minor as well. All of the pieces kind of went down a little bit, bringing overall strikers and as well a lot of builds that do learn Obliterate a little bit lower. Not that much, not in a significant way, but enough to be felt a little bit. If we take it into the game, we see actually that it's not saved that way. I'm just using that build picture to kind of illustrate how to set up for a Bighorn, because honestly what would happen if I wanted to run the Bighorn, I would just change these attributes as I have here, or change out my crit chance, crit damage kind of to with mods or these rolls to kind of align for the Bighorn. But I kind of want to have that Lexington setup, just a standard AR setup ready to go, because the Bighorn isn't usable in all situations. It's pretty good, especially against things that do have heads and things that we can headshot pretty consistently, doing content as well, where there's a lot of enemies going around. For more general use, I would prefer something like this. And as well, with all my strikers, this character as well has all of the options available to them by having basically all 6 pieces in their inventory at all times. So I can go in and, yeah, if I want to put in a Coyote, we can do that. And then with a piece of Cheska, for instance, here on the glove slot, I have actually a Cheska and a Grupo piece, for instance, as swap-in pieces. So yeah, we could go a chest striker with Coyote, and that together here as well. I could even go, for instance, for incursion. I can go Cheska here, Bloody Knuckles here, which is a setup that usually we have one Coyote and then the other two are kind of set up like this. And yeah, so opening up myself for all of the options that we can kind of go with. That's usually as well what I recommend having. There isn't really a debate on is Obliterate Striker better or is Chest Striker better. If you're still doing that, that's like saying, like, you know, my Nintendo 64 is better than my Dreamcast, or stuff like that. It's kind of meaningless. Both are really good, and you kind of need both setups available to you, because certain content will lean to much more towards having a chest striker, other content towards having an Obliterate striker. And yeah, as strikers is it's pretty easy to get together red core pieces with red underlying talents, or red underlying miners. So yeah, just find pieces with good enough weapon damage and record them, or even good enough crit damages, and you can record a core, and then you can also put in maybe like 2 blue cores if you would want to. And overall as well, again, you can replace, if you don't have a Lexington, which, yeah, it's going to be an issue for a lot of people joining us, and maybe as well people that missed that time that it was available. You can replace this with either a FAMAS, or of course some of the SMGs are also very potent with attack vectors and such. But yeah, there's enough things to replace this with, especially as well some of the exotics like Struggoff or solo play. Yeah, 429, which is fine with showing all of the options as well. 503. Book standard FI. Why are you misaligned? Is it that? No, it is not. There's a little bit of a gap on the left side there. Yeah. Oh, let's just get going. 5.03. And on 5.03, we have this character's FI. Just sometimes, or well, with main account, we saw actually the O3s being generally high-end builds. On this account, I'm kind of giving up on having one of those. I actually don't have a high-end build at the ready. I can't always grab one out of my stash and quickly put one together because the pieces are actually in my stash and kind of modded up and ready to go. But here, yeah, we have instead the FI on this character. And this is as well, well, it is kind of the same setup as is with the other one. Actually, let me fix one thing here. It already bothers me. Because that at the top. Oh, no, actually, that's why I haven't done it, right? Shit. I got myself out. Because on this one, we should show Demolitionist and Survivalist. This one is just pure with Survivalist. Yeah, no, this should be just with Survivalist because this is the raid setup kind of version. Yeah. Shitty. I was like, I want to add the demo up there as well, but that, yeah, that doesn't make sense actually for this. And on 5.03, we see this character's FI. Usually on the 0.3s, actually, so far on account 1, we've seen it mostly be high-end reds. I actually don't have a high-end red on this character anymore. I ended up not using it enough for me to kind of have that slot filled in with it. Instead, though, it is pieces that are in the stash. It is, of course, a very easy build to kind of get together. I'll just grab the few parts that I would need and kind of put it together on the spot when I need it. Because we are limited to 16 loadout slots here, of course. So yeah, I kind of need to make some choices. Here, though, definitely want to have an FI build. FI didn't change, of course, not much gear-wise about this change. Some of the weapons did get changes to them, where, for instance, the lefty, of course, got a reduction from 40 to 20% group damage. It is still group damage, of note. Scorpio, of course, became much less of a good damage tool. It lost a lot of its damage, but actually on the utility end, it is still very potent and yeah, can do things that only it can do with stun locking enemies. But especially in this case, would also use it for its 9-shot bonus. And yeah, there, or well, what used to be its 7-shot bonus of applying a debuff upon the enemy for 20% more incoming from all sources. Yeah, that went to 9 shots, making it much more annoying to reach. If you're also, for instance, going for a dedicated Scorpio just for this build, I might actually recommend going with max size. I don't, because I kind of reuse this same memento in multiple builds. But if we wanted to make a dedicated one for this one, we could go actually with max size and actually have, with a tactical reload, then 9 shots in the magazine, being able to get that debuff out without reloading. And then overall, this is kind of, as we already have seen an FI on character 2. This one, though, that one was shown with demo and was specifically as well kind of set up to be with demo for incursion, and that's also how it's in the recommended list. And then this one is in the recommended list specifically without as well having demo as even an option up there for just raid and just general use. Survival is, of course, a very good healing, as it has a bunch of healing bonuses available for it. As well, we have good tools to get our sledge going and such. We can, of course, as well, yeah, as it shows here, go technician and then get the setup with a blue core in there. That's mostly there. If you don't have the yellow core version of the setup, you can go with that. And then if we take it into the game, we see that it's actually saved like that. There is not much variation to be had here. And then what this specifically is for is really very much the raid healer with Survivalist. Survivalist isn't that useful, for instance, in incursion, so there we usually replace it with either technician or demolitionist for its buffs. But yeah, for the raids, we definitely want that extra healing. And it is very easy to get together overall, except for the setup on the backpack. Of note as well, quite often I still see people going here with Alps backpack with normal opportunistic or other setups like that, or safeguard as well, even though safeguard did get a buff. Very much not worth it. So this build already heals enough, more than enough, and safeguard is kind of wasted when we have the opportunity cost of this. And as well, same for putting opportunistic on a normal Alps backpack. Getting this perfect opportunistic is much more worthwhile with 5% more on it. Debuffing the enemy is much harder. You don't need that per se, that extra healing. As well as we have it set up here, of note is that, yeah, I have a few skill haste in there, and the rest is all repair skills, skill haste. But yeah, here, for instance, in the knee pad and the holster, we could go repair skill as well, but we don't need that really. We have a healing hive that is already kind of 2 tapping, and this is kind of the way that I set mine up. 2 tapping and a red build all the way up to full, especially as well as keep in mind that survivalist also comes on top of it. So we could actually swap out even maybe a little bit more towards skill haste, because quite often you will run out of these charges and you will need to then yeah, you're kind of out of ability to do any long range healing. So do think of that, and yeah, generally I recommend having a few skill hastes on it as well. We had rambly there at the end, but it's fine. 436, that's fine. Yeah, let me catch up here. Suppose you don't full send skill haste. And the thing is, yeah, as I kind of said there, I kind of base it on that. So I want this hive to kind of, although actually this one is set to high actually with survivalist. This one's now set up actually to be with demo that way. But for this healing to be enough to 2 charge heal full red instead of 3 charge heal a full red. Although, of course, now with grading and stuff, this is also no longer the case, actually. So actually, we would need survivalist there. But likely, we could have one more skill haste and survivalist would take us over. And that's kind of my, like... Does that matter? I don't think so. But the thing is, at the end of the day, yeah, you don't need all of the skill haste or all of the repair skill. Is more the thing. But that's usually what a lot of people go for. Like, all repair skill and just... You can, but it's not that useful. Like this chem already as well. Heals 4, yeah, more than enough. Nice, you know my way. Oh yeah, accidentally. But that was definitely gonna talk about that, because yeah, likely FI. I've been thinking of doing an FI build showcase, but also it would kind of be. I hate to almost say it, but it would be boring. Just the gameplay parts and stuff. I don't think I have like. I mean, we could do an incursion a few times, and that's kind of as exciting as it gets for an FI build. Yeah, is measured best on Lexington with strikers in a group setting in general. So overall, yeah, I would for a group setting pick measured. And kind of depends also on your group as well. Killer is really good as well. That's the other big option. And even in a group setting, you can make killer work, especially if you're if you're in matchmates, for instance, right? Like the team isn't super strong. Actually, even though that's gonna be none. Yeah, kind of should actually check where my framing is. But yeah, killer. You can still trigger it, and especially if you're kind of like the stronger player in the team, especially, in matchmates and stuff, killer will still work like better than measured even. But measured will be overall more consistent in a group setting, especially going 8-man basically. Is my feelings kind of on it. I guess fiber spec, yeah. That's kind of because I've been thinking of doing an FI build showcase, but yeah, it's exactly that of just like, incursion would be exciting, but yeah, they can't do just incursions. But actually, with a powerful team, it might be interesting to maybe do it one time. But that would be the thing. You kind of need actual good teammates, because that's the downside of this. And this is also why I like combat medics. It's just like I can affect the outcome still. With this, not so much. With this, like if the team rolls over and dies, still even with the healing, then yeah, I can't kill a boss. So if I can love, yeah. I mean, solo FI would be just red FI. I've been thinking, although the thing is, one of the ways I've been thinking of doing it is just rolling. Although, yeah, we have so many build showcases already planned, but my idea was maybe just doing all three types, doing just the yellow FI, red FI, and then the blue core FI as well. The kind of build that I have on character 4. I think that would be like the way to do it. Then we have kind of enough interesting things to kind of go through. And it might actually, that would technically be a masterclass. You know, we could actually even slap a masterclass on it if we kind of go into multiple styles of build. But yeah, there's so many videos that I want to do before that. It's still have like a 10 in front of me. Yeah, let's continue on. Yeah, 5.04. Let's load it up in game as well. Why do I have it saved with Scorpio? Not that matters, like it's not like the capacitor isn't in my inventory, but yeah, we'll just leave it as that. To not cheat too much. Yeah, let's go here. 5.04 here. And continuing on to 5.04, here we have an explosive build, a mortar build specifically kind of set up to make use of the mortar. This used to be a go-to, especially with Hollywood in the past. Now, of course, Hollywood has changed quite a bit, and we do run other things for that, especially just glass-chested strikers is kind of the go-to, as we have much better tools nowadays to make the explosion happen. Overall, changes-wise to this build, yeah, Empress took a little bit of a hit, but then actually Grupo gained a little bit, because Grupo went from 15 to 20% on its two-piece. So yeah, we gained a little bit there, more so actually than we lost on the Empress overall. In damage sense, but of course that skill efficiency is also all of the yellow stats is also skill haste, so we did lose a little bit of haste there. And yeah, that's usually as well the setup that I kind of go with for especially explosive builds is, while I advocate for with turret and drones to go something else than haste, to go skill damage and then crit chance, or even if you want to like going a regen route kind of with it or something. You basically don't need the haste on a normal turret drone build. On a mortar build like this, you actually kind of do, because generally the skill you'll be pairing it with will need it. So for instance, if we have a sticky or such, or we want to use seekers, we kind of go that route. And then, yeah, this build, though, is pretty hard to get together, as we'll go into the game and talk about. Getting these two Grupo pieces is usually the hard part. These can, of course, be any of the slots interchanged with basically anything. Although, yeah, the mask and the holster is the other obvious places it could go. I like having it actually in this specific way, and it is actually set up very specifically in this way, because then the left side, that skill haste, skill damage, is also, of course, overlapping with an Oxy build. That's also a thing that on this character I kind of do a lot. For some of the builds that I kind of don't have saved, but kind of want to have access to, some of the builds are kind of set up to be close enough to that. So for instance, here, the left side is kind of set up, because of course on the right side, it would be, in that case, it would be either a Costa or a Wyvern bag, and then together with Contractors and Fox. And the Contractors and the Fox would be kind of, you know, they need to be in the slots that they are. That's how it's set up this way. So I do quite often think about it in those ways, and I would recommend as well to kind of consider that when you're doing it. This build then as well, there is of course a somewhat better way, somewhat stronger way to set up for mortars, as we saw on character 1 all the way back. But this one is much easier to get together. That one used a yellow sacrifice basically with skill haste, skill damage, and it's perfect glass together with Contractors with a skill skill damage minor, and it needed to be recored to yellow, so also a somewhat harder piece to get. This one is much easier to get together as it's using common pieces, except of course these two groupos. The groupos would still be shared between those anyway. That other setup also uses two-piece groupo. And yeah, the groupos, the two-piece gives us explosive damage, and that is actually a very good bonus to have here. But yeah, we do need to find them with skill haste, skill damage to record them, making for just normal unicorns as with the minor pieces here. This build is overall well worth messing around with if you're kind of into skill builds. Nowadays, they have, a little less potency for instance, Hollywood and such than it used to be. That used to be the go-to for Hollywood, but yeah, not so much anymore nowadays. But still well worth having overall. And I do enjoy grabbing it here and there just to do basically a little bit of AoE gameplay and kind of help other teammates, because generally you don't want to run this solo. You kind of need the teammates to kind of deal with the heavies and such. But you give them a little bit of screen shake, and they have to kind of be okay with that as well. But overall, a build that is still well worth having. That was the faintest of praise. I'm catch up here as well. And hey there, Sunny. That felt weird to say. Hey there, Sunny. Now get off my lawn. And hey there, Wendy. Oh, Wanda. Actually, how is that? So Wanda, YS. I'll go with Wanda, right? But yeah, hey there. And yeah, I'm recording some pieces for an upcoming video as if you're familiar with my channel, we've done already a bunch of the characters. Characters 4.1 is even in the pipeline already, and will get released someday soonish. But yeah, we needed to still do character 5, so we're kind of going through all of their builds. And yeah, let's bring this up. Okay, and yeah, I'll be just basically recording segments in between, so it might take a little bit to respond in between. Yeah, let's get going with this. 5.05. And on 5.05, as with most of my characters on the 05, is an Eclipse. And of course, this character too has an Eclipse. Generally, all of my characters do need an Eclipse for me to kind of even consider playing them. I'm kind of an Eclipse main, except this season is very aligned to, especially with the modifiers, to be about shooting things. So yeah, I haven't been running it much. Overall, not much changed for Eclipse at all. Of course, the weapons kind of got hit, the gear not so much. The Lefty and the Scorpio lost again a little bit of their potency, but nothing too drastic, and definitely still the go-tos, at least for me, especially in group play, using the Scorpio over a capacitor, for instance, which would be the other big pick here. Then as well, this one is actually set up in a different way than most, and kind of because layout-wise, gear layout-wise, below this bar, kind of, it is 3.05, basically the character 3's Eclipse, except we have Gunner here. And that's also what this is named, is 5.05 EP Fire Eclipse Gunner. And we have Gunner for Banshee Pulse. And Banshee Pulse is generally a really good skill to use when you're starting out with Fire Eclipse. Even if you're not proficient with using the Fire Chem yet, or getting the Hive, the Stinger Hive, that I much more prefer, underneath enemies very consistently, because you don't know where the spawns are, because of course that is things that you learn over time. The Banshee Pulse will still let you do things. So you'll see the wave spawn, you can start your Banshee Pulse, get them disoriented, help out your team. And I very much recommend this generally as a starter setup for Eclipse, if you're kind of wanting to get into it, and then learning along the way the chem mechanics kind of. But then you have basically a really strong tool to kind of get you started. And as well, once they're of course disoriented, they're stationary, Not fully, of course, but they don't move around much, making them easy targets for the firecam. That's kind of what this setup is for. And yeah, as far as setups go, it is pretty easy, of course, to get together. Eclipse is, you just need kind of the Val mask. You can also forego it if you don't have it. Until you have it, basically, you can just slap in either Golan or just Wyvern piece or a Hanyu piece there as a placeholder. You do want this electric piece, definitely. I generally as well go with status effect skill haste and then skill haste on all the mods. You generally as well, the mods here really only your only choice is really skill haste anyway. Although as well, here you kind of see actually that it is actually saved with Survivalist. So I'm kind of only showing it as Gunner on the build picture. And we're kind of cheating, and I do have Survivalist. Because yeah, in my case, I much prefer overall to have the Stinger Hive. But yeah, we're kind of showing it as the beginner setup there, and that's also how it's linked in the recommended build list as more of a beginner-friendly version to get into. So sometimes I do sneaky things like that. This one isn't set up actually to, for instance, go with a glass chest or something like that, as we have seen as well in the build collection. But actually, I do have a glass chest for it, of course, in my stash, and then together with an Eclipse glove actually at the ready. And also I have the pieces for it in my stash to exchange in towards becoming a foam Eclipse, because what we would need is the Eclipse mask together with that, then the backpack, the career backpack preferably. So basically I have those two swap-in pieces there, and then I swap around my skills to make this a foam Eclipse when needed. There we go. 342. Am I just talking super fast? I feel I'm talking super fast, which is the point. But I feel I generally can't keep it up that long. That's what she said. I just started this game about a week ago. I realized I had put 2 days into it and figured I should check out the community. Well, welcome in. And yeah, overall, this game has a pretty good community as well. So I think you'll fit right in, especially if you're kind of open to it. It is indeed a pretty fun game. When the piece of gold is your trash. There's a few more. But also, yeah. Thank you for stroking my ego. It's mostly on PC. Yeah. It depends. We have plenty of also, yeah, people on PlayStation and Xbox and stuff like that. And hey, Bamick. Yeah, let's go on to 3.06. We're making good speed here, which is nice. At least so far. Much better than some of the other times I've done it. Although I feel last time I kind of got just distracted by chat and stuff. But that was the bad thing as well. I kind of enjoyed it. But kept me sane, but... yeah, so Striker Combat Medic. Let's get in there. Anything different? Yeah, the FAMAS, but that's fine. Yeah. 5.06. And with a 5.06, we come to the Striker Combat Medic on this character. I generally have a Combat Medic on each of my characters as well, or a form of healing, as I quite enjoy that. And on this one, yeah, we're going with the Striker Combat Medic. This one then, we've already seen a Striker Combat Medic that was set up for with much more crit damage, crit chance, crit damage. Basically, the minor rolls on the Striker pieces, instead of the yellows that are here that are repair skill, it had crit chance and crit damages there to bump up its crit chance, crit damage a little bit higher than these poor numbers. And this one then is an experimentation the other way around to try to get a little bit more healing out of our skills, because yeah, they are 6 skill tier, so now we're backing them up a little bit with a little bit of repair skill as well. And it definitely feels better, much better on the healing end. It feels a lot worse on the shooting end. But I feel there is, yeah, it is a worthy trade-off, but I also feel at some point, I might just go for a balance and maybe put 2 repair skills, maybe 3 repair skills at most, and then make getting basically 2 crit damages and a crit or a crit chance and a crit damage into some of these slots. That as well would actually align to have it be together with the Striker Third Drone Hybrid, because yeah, this one definitely locks it into becoming the combat medic only. Changes wise, of course, again, this got hit a little bit by the changes to our Striker backpack talents, and yeah, it did lose a little bit of damage, but it is really only a little bit of damage. One thing that it did make me want to consider is maybe going Chest Striker as well and going Safeguard, as yeah, Safeguard is a little bit more than it used to be at 130% instead of 100%, but I haven't messed around with that yet. And yeah, overall, this build is pretty annoying to get together as we'll go into the game, and we'll again see as well. It is saved as a 5-piece, of course, and that is that, yeah, I can either put in a chest or a mask, depending on, well, I have the Cheska chest and I have a Cheska mask, basically. If I wanted to become a chest striker or not. Generally, it's a or not. Because, yeah, the chest striker, I would need to stack to 200, basically. I could maybe put in an ACS and here and there try to sneak some of that in. But, yeah, generally, I just run it as an obliterate, and that works well enough. And then, yeah, getting these pieces together, because we're basically getting... here, which is just minor unicorns, yes, basically, as we sometimes call them, which is just gear set pieces with the right minor attribute. And here as well, they aren't the same color as the core. So we're going for repair skills there and then recording them. This will eat up a lot of optimization as well to kind of get those bars up, although it's just 1 bar, of course. So it's not horrendous ever. But yeah, that way we can have it set up this way. And yeah, as I said, I might kind of change it a little bit, balance it a little bit more towards crit damage, as I kind of feel it could use it. Although as well, I wouldn't want to go all the way because it would be a direct copy, and generally, as we do, we avoid those. Of note as well, this is where my FAMAS on this character went. It was already grade 27 by the time we got some Lexingtons in here. And yeah, I just went here with it becoming my future perfect weapon, just so we don't have to keep re-changing it. Although, of course, yeah, it would be nicer if it was a weapon with a long underrail, because we could actually use it for spotting as well. And yeah, this build I quite enjoy for running around in teams with, especially in nowadays with no regen being a directive. This is then kind of used by me to run around with my allies, and I'll offset no regen while still keeping a lot of my own damage. Because even though this is yeah, yellow cores, and which we're recouping a little bit with the capacitor, and yeah, it doesn't have much crit chance, crit damage, it still has that bonus of striker, and that is actually very strong. The talent of striker is very strong, so it makes up for it that way together with some obliterate. It hits hard enough to be usable, and then yeah, offsetting no regen for the team. 429. That's fine. 507. It's loaded up already. Yeah. And level 31 extra caches. No. The only way to have had it is because even before, it used to be a weapon you could only downgrade. It was one of those weapons that you could have a level 40 version and then downgrade it to 31. Or, well, World Tier 5. Someone doesn't want to 40, so then, yeah. But yeah, the only way to have had it is because, yeah, nowadays we can't, of course, anymore. But yeah, the only way to have one, because I do have one on the World Tier, like the old World Tier 5 character of this account. But yeah, you had to, it was one of those that was available to be down leveled, basically. But was. Big was. Yeah, let's go over here. 5.07. Yeah, let's just go right away. and we come to 5.07. We're going to see a bunch of headhunters in a row because headhunting is, of course, very potent. And yeah, generally on this character as well, I kind of have a few in a row in different setups, and they do different things. Starting here with the hotshot third drone hybrid, the third row hybrid, basically, which is a third drone hybrid where we have all of the skill tiers here needed to have a six tiers turret and drone. We don't have any skill damage behind it, of course, but yeah, they hit still pretty hard and they're very effective decoys. I kind of like this build for that. We've already showcased this one as well. Changes-wise, not much changed here, of course. It became a White Death again, the White Death becoming the main weapon to kind of use with headhunting again. Here as well, we kind of really need as hard of a hit, even though the White Death doesn't hit that's much harder than a lot of the other weapons. We need as hard of a hit as we can kind of get, as we can see here. Even with the hotshot pre-buff active, we can't actually start on a purple here. But yeah, with the Nemesis, for instance, yeah, we can't even start on an elite as is set up here. Yeah, well, not much changed about this build. This build is well worth messing around with. I quite often enjoy grabbing this, especially for factions like Hyenas, where they have helmets, but then I have a turret and drone that can kill rushers quite easily. So I kind of use those to kind of deal with those enemies, and then I'll just only headhunter stuff that doesn't have a helmet, making life much easier for me. If we take it into the game, this one is definitely just saved as is. Although I actually have a scalpel here saved as well, as generally I have the exotics in my inventory to begin with. Messing around with the scalpel a little bit because there is definitely an option to maybe lose a few yellow cores here and then use the scalpel to kind of make up for that. But that's just something I've been messing around with. Although with the original build showcase, we even showcased a version where we have, of course, flipped a few of these. Getting this build together is kind of annoyingly hard, as again, we're recoring pieces that were red cores. So yeah, we need 4 pieces that already come with headshots. In this case, though, at the very least, it's a lot easier because it is red minor attributes with a core that used to be red. So yeah, these roll much more often. You'll get much more red minors if the core is red, more blue if the core is blue. So overall, much easier to get than that. But then, yeah, they do require some optimization. I've been lucky here, for instance, to not need one on the glove, but yeah, everything else is optimized there. And yeah, then what the build is for is a headhunter, basically, where we're giving up a bunch of our damage to have, for instance, as well here, the memento to kind of, yeah, have the bonuses of that, some regen and stuff. Although now with this season being no regen, I haven't been using it that much, but especially on the seasons where it isn't no regen, it can deal well with 5 directives and such. And then actually I kind of prefer it when, yeah, as we kind of talked about, going up against hyenas, because this turret and this drone can actually eat up a bunch of, even though they're pretty weak because they don't have much skill damage behind them, they are still 6 skill tier. And because of that, they do enough damage to, yeah, kill hyena rushers, for instance, and I can focus everything else. And then here as well, either I open up on a red, which it has more than enough oomph to go for, and then even the second shot can then be elite after that. If not, I can also, yeah, start up with the Nemesis and then follow it up with another headshot with the White Death. And I kind of like the playstyle of this. It gives me basically 2 very strong decoys to kind of play around with, and they kind of keep me safe while I kind of sit in the back and do some headhunting. Overall, well worth having if you're kind of into those kind of playstyles of having a turret and a drone alongside of you. And yeah, if you want to see it more in depth, the build showcase makes it much clearer. Yeah, I'll get it there. 404. Perfect. Because 4 is kind of the target there. As long as we're not going into like the much longer than that. Is that the same story with the Regulus? Nowadays, yeah, because I don't think in the past it wasn't, because you could do the Iron Horse at level 30. I don't think you can anymore, right? Dark Hours and Iron Horse are not available anymore at level 30. But yeah, what most people did was get one and then just downgrade. that's like how it actually got done. But because nobody wanted to run as the level 30 there. Yeah, 5.08. Let's load the build up as well. Yeah, let's get going now. Yeah, high-end Headhunter tech. That order. Continuing on with a 5.08. This is the high-end Headhunter tech tank. In that order, as I quite often get it quite wrong, but some other talent in there. And yeah, this is the Ninja Bike version. This is one of 2 Ninja Bike builds on my build collection, and this is actually, honestly, the only good one I would consider. Like, I would classify as being above a 7 out of 10, above the B grade, close to an A grade, basically. So this one is the one good one. And yeah, I quite enjoyed this. We've built showcased this one as well. And yeah, another Headhunter on this character, as we'll see, kind of 4 in a row, the second of 4. But then a completely different thing in this case, of course. Changes wise, we did get a little bit of changes to some of the bonuses here. That is especially to the Picaros went kind of down a little bit, and we do feel that. But then actually we gained quite a bit on the 1886, meaning that nowadays, even with the blue cores that we have here, as with the build showcase we were talking about, you needing to have 25 grading to have 2 blue cores basically here. With 10 grading, you needed basically this one to be a red core. That's no longer the case. Basically at grade 0 even, you can have this amount of blue cores as we have here, have that 6-tier shield. That's how much the 1886 kind of improved as well. It got a few more rounds and a better reload, so it's much more usable than it used to be, even though it was perfectly fine kind of here. And yeah, in this setup, we kind of see we can start on a red, go to a and on the second shot it can be a red and a purple, or a purple, and then from the third shot onwards we can do most elites except for the LMG elites, and that's kind of the setup for this. And then we have basically a very strong. We have a full. Well, in this case, not a full tech tank shield, because a full tech tank shield would also have the skill efficiency from a memento fully charged up. This, of course, only has the Ninja Bike backpack. It does have the same cores and there, but yeah, it doesn't actually reach the shield, especially the shield health doesn't reach that high. But it has actually 3 yellow cores instead of the 2 that most tech tanks have. So it actually the skill, the healing of the artificer is almost the same anyway. If we take it into the game, this build is not too hard to get together, because yeah, we're not recoring too many pieces. We just need one piece to kind of recore. In this case, I've chosen that to be the mask here. It could of course be any of these, especially here, for instance, as well. I would have the opportunity, if I wanted to have it on the Fox's Prayer, to have it there. And overall, a build that is well worth having. I quite enjoy this for doing activities, especially solo. I prefer this much more than just running a hotshot for solo activities, because there's generally going to be a red there anyway, and we can just open up with them and then go from there, and then also have the shield to kind of hide behind and be not basically hiding at any point. We just stand out in the open, shoot the enemies, although generally near some cover so that we're not exposed to every enemy at once. But we just kind of don't really hide. We just go from left to right or right to left and just clean up the place. Well worth having, and yeah, it is definitely a build that has a special place in my heart. Treater, professional fan. And yeah, the Habsburg hotshot. Yeah. And it is Pachinki. And yeah, all the stuffs and things. Go back to the head of the ninja. Yeah. Is that a mistake? I'm guessing. See if I can find it before it gets told. Okay. Oh. Oh, it wasn't like. I mean, yeah, we need to build picture because yeah, that's a nice thing. I fixed up all of the chat commands. So again, if you need a closer look. I should have actually explained with that one. I better re-record it. Should have explained actually that it has a ton of weapon handling. Like that's the sting that it has. Yeah. So that's for second word leaves. Yeah, there's of course the one piece speaker rose is a core as well. I always often forget about that one as well. Yeah, let's do this one. 5.09. And continuing on to 5.09, the home of two super unicorns. We'll get to those in a second, the two Habsburg pieces here. But yeah, this is the hotshot Headhunter, basically. But then indeed, the Habsburg variant. So we're using two pieces of Habsburg in here. Changes-wise, not much change to this. Of course, the Habsburg did get a little bit of a reduction on its first piece. On the one piece, we went from 15 headshot damage to 13, which isn't that big of a loss. The White Death, of course, kind of came back into this build as it was running an SR1 in the past. Together as well, the Harvest is, of course, the pistol to kind of go with here. Even though we're not really set up to use the pistol, but sometimes you just need to if you run out of ammo or starting out, maybe. So sometimes you get that in there. And then, yeah, this is using the two Habsburg pieces where we're recoring them from blue to red. And yeah, we're going for a chest piece that in this case has headshot, weapon handling, and Headhunter. And on the backpack, headshot, weapon handling, and then vigilance, recoring those. And those are true super unicorns because as well, this is a blue core, so it mostly gets at least 75% of the time. It gets at least one blue minor. So one of the two minor attributes will be blue so that leaves just 25% of the time where it could be a red or a yellow. And then together with that, trying to get the right talent, that can take up a lot of resources. So actually, starting off, we're going to discuss how hard this one is to get because it is very hard, but it's also not per se necessary. You could, of course, go, as we saw on character 1, all the way back, the Araldi plus Chainkiller or Gift plus Chainkiller version. That is very potent, but yeah, this one is a step above. It is in all ways really better. It is much more weapon damage. It is the overall, the loss of perfect Headhunter is not felt at all. You're doing overall much better, especially on the first shot and the gap shot, which matter the most, really. But then, yeah, we need those super unicorns to go with these. And for instance, on this, why it is on my second account and isn't on my main account. On my second account, I, of course, I have one character. On main account, we had 4. 4 means that all the character slots are filled in, and I don't do watch alts, basically. I don't have the ability to do watch alts. I also don't per se want that as well. I kind of enjoy the game without that for main account. But on second account, I do actually do watch alt in just as well to know the mechanics of it and such. But as well, we're just keeping one character, one main character, basically. And that means that we can go and all in and try to get these. These are, of course, also gettable if you just go with Headshot and kind of waste the second stat and Headhunter. It is still actually an improvement over the Chainkiller Araldi by a tiny bit. But giving up those weapon handlings kind of, at that point, you know, you're kind of, you might as well go all the way. Overall, though, as I've often said, this has cost me around 18k-ish in watch alt points. So that was on this account back when it was like 6k. You know, it was basically, 3 and a little bit of watch alts runs. And then as well, they're sitting there, buying from the vendor, deconstructing that, crafting, and then going back and then, you know, crafting in batches in 150, and yeah, that takes forever as well. So it's a time investment. It is it is kind of horrendous. But yeah, if you have the pieces, it's well worth using, of course. If we take it into the game, yeah, we see that it's kind of safe in that way. I'm actually giving the SR1 here, as well as, yeah, the Nemesis is going to be in my inventory anyway, and the Mantis as well. The SR1 here with high grading does still feel a little bit better to shoot than the White Death. So if I don't need the all-out damage, I'll kind of go this route. Although, as we saw actually with the MMR video recently, with this grade 25 and with hotshot in this setup with Habsburg, if we are cycling hotshot, basically, if we have that damage bonus up, we can actually, with the White Death at grade 25, we can actually start on an elite, which is kind of a step up. And yeah, the SR1 actually can't do that. It would need to specifically be the White Death that reaches that point. So this does have an increase as well because of that, because yeah, it can, in certain situations, in certain setups, but it's not that hard to reach, start on an elite, and that is actually the big jump up for it. But it is, of course, the Habsburg, the pieces are horrendously hard to get, but the hotshot pieces aren't. And yeah, if you want to just mess around with it, yeah, start out with the chain killer version. And if you kind of go like, I run this build a lot, like I kind of did and also still do, yeah, maybe consider upgrading to this. 5 plat, but yeah, that kind of, with the whole story of watch alts and stuff, that makes sense. Is this the last sentence? Oh, yeah. We're gonna say, okay. Oh, that's also the nice thing generally. Although I sometimes get them wrong as well, but quite often it is. I'm just taking the pictures out of the game, basically. So it's whatever the game says it is. A bunch of people standing suddenly. That's fine now. Yeah, that's something else. It's actually better than Honey Badger. It seems to go around the same damage. Yes, the Badger is a lot lower than the Lexington. The Lexington, of the high-end ARs, nothing really competes well with the Lexington. And the Honey Badger doesn't really have anything over it. So some of the weapons you could say maybe are more accurate, for instance, the Cetar or something. But no, and Alexi will outdo a Honey Badger by a lot. Actually, what I can do as well here for you is, let's see. I'll link to the DPS tables, which will get you to this folder. If you actually kind of go in here and here on AR on Striker, so this is comparing them on build, because one of the things is as well, the Honey Badger loses a mod. So the Lexington here as the 100% point. Am I showing this actually? Yeah, it's kind of gotta. We need to be here. Yeah, it's the other one was for. But yeah, the Lexington is kind of the 100% point here in this AR thing, and then the Honey Badger is way down here. Honey Badger, you got to remember that it loses that one mod. So in burst and sustain tables, in just full burst and sustain tables, it's losing more than that just because it needs to give up that mod. So actually, it's kind of pretty far down. Also, I still need to add in a bunch of the. We cut down I cut down a few of the lists and we restored a bunch of them, except the Sadist one, which doesn't have all of the ARs in there. I kind of actually at some point need to fix that up. I realize now, seeing it here. But yeah, basically Honey Badger gives up like a little over 5% burst and a 6% sustain. Lexington is just a little bit too good. Yeah, so let's load up 510. We're making good time this time. It's nice. Although, well, it's taking the same. It's likely going to be the same 2 hours-ish that we had last time. Oh yeah, I need to be here. There we go. 510. And 510 is the final of the Headhunters here. We had a quartet of Headhunters. All of them kind of doing different things, and in this case, this is a pistol/shotgun Headhunter, where we're going with Hunter's Fury, the Headhunter's Fury, as it quite often gets called. Changes-wise, not much changed for this. Of course, somewhat recently, the Harvest got added, but that was actually before the start of this season, so yeah, we are definitely going with that if we are going to go with for determined. The other option, of course, in this kind of setup would be the Regulus. We've already seen a similar build to this as well, which was on Character 1, which was also a Headhunter's Fury. There I was kind of showing it with a Chainkiller plus a DNH backpack, a much more standard setup for it. Here we have it in its memento layout, where we have a memento and then we have a DNH chest with Headhunter instead. And yeah, the Memento version, of course, has a much better shield, has better survivability overall, especially, well, not in this season when there's no regen, but in places, in times when, it wasn't no regen. The regen of the Memento is really great. And of course, those pickups giving us bonus armor by itself are also pretty good. And we have, of course, feeding into our shield, making that a little bit more potent. The White Death came back in here, of course. This could also be an 1886 nowadays, as 1886 actually has such a high base. It isn't like truly in the MMR category, but yeah, it is closer to the MMR category than to rifles, honestly. So we could definitely go with that as well. But of course, the weapon choices are kind of up to you. If we kind of take it into the game, we see again that this one is one of those ones that is saved as 5 pieces. And the reason for that is that I actually quite often find myself going a different route, which is that we go with the Dodge City holster here. And what this was for, especially in the past, was that the spread range of this of the disorient is a little bit higher. And actually for convoying, I much prefer this. Of course, the Dodge City coming into here as well gives us a great opening shot, as we'll just swap to something else. And then we have one very powerful shot to kind of get Headhunter kind of started much more easily than we would without. But of course, then we're giving up the Memento. So that's why it is saved in that 5-piece layout. Quite often handy to do so. What the build is for is just going around and farming up, especially activities and such. This can, of course, as we need actually a headshot Memento backpack as we have there. Going around, and actually, as you can see here, it's even saved with the 1886 nowadays, even though on the build picture I was showing it with the White Death, and that's because the White Death is already saved with the other build, with the hotshot Headhunter, so we can always bring that in if we need to, and then here we have this one saved. This can go around and really easily deal with, especially solo heroic and such. It is very easy to get those headshots kind of in, especially nowadays with the Harvest instead of the D50. Once you kind of get a headshot in and get a Headhunter stack in, you can kind of just, especially with determined, kind of just roll through enemies, especially if you're not going up to against things like names, because you will actually, against names, you will kind of struggle. But as long as you're doing red, purples, elites, it does fine. It does perfectly fine against those, and we'll drop them in one shot. A build well worth having, pretty easy to get together. The chest is craftable, and likely, actually this one isn't crafted, but you can craft for the chest for this. You would prefer actually, to have the DNH, because the DNH being 20% pistol damage instead of, for instance, with some of the other things being 10%, like with Araldi or something. You definitely, if you're going the Memento route, you want this to be the DNH on the chest. That 20% is well worthwhile against a Chainkiller, for instance. The rest of it is, of course, we can just keep the weapon damage and kind of optimize the weapon damage core and put a headshot next to it. One thing you could do as well is find a few pieces that have headshot already and then record them to maybe go a few more blues. And that can be actually quite handy, especially with a bulwark. But you are then giving up your killing potential at the start. But for instance, especially during reanimated, that works perfectly fine. Yeah, 444. Some of these Headhunters need more time anyway. That's understandable. I need a bamboo. Let's go to... We have finally reached the bestest build ever. Yeah. Let's see how many puns we can make. Yeah. And in slot 511, we 511 with some 511, as we have some 511, and together, of course, with some 511 and then 511. And what 511 about 511 is that 511, 511, of course. Okay, let's stop the silliness. But yeah, this is, of course, the bestest build. This is not even the one-man army. This is the zero-man army, or the 511 army. Yeah, this is, of course, kind of a joke build. It is, of course, a slot 511 in the build collection as we reach that point. So what better build to put in there than, yeah, a build containing nothing but 511. And yeah, there's many ways you can set up joke builds, as we as well had a build showcase kind of with different ways of joke builds, as with, for instance, having improvised pieces or purple builds. The other one is to go with a brand and just go 6-piece on a brand, especially if it's something silly. And for instance, in this case as well, record, as that makes it, of course, extra hard and extra spicy. Yeah, changes wise, of course, we did gain a whole actually, we did gain a 10 hazard protection on the end of on the end of 511. Woohoo. But yeah, of course, that is nothing meaningful. What I did change, though, is actually this used to have a born great. The G36 is no longer that great. So yeah, we're kind of, you know, we tried to find something else and we burnt ourselves out. And then, yeah, just for shits and giggles, or Sleipnirs and giggles, we put in a Sleipnir just to have one of the major damage dealing tools and still kind of do silly things here and there, of course, for just one little moment with it. If we take it into the game, we kind of see, yeah, that is saved that way, and the build is actually saved. We do have those pieces. It's not photoshopped. You're not losing your mind. Let's talk about how hard it is to get something like this together. It doesn't need to be that hard. You can, of course, go with several stats being wrong or such, but of course that's unacceptable for me, showing it on the build collection. And then we have pieces like this, which is crafted, actually, the 511 backpack here with vigilance, which technically is as much of a super unicorn as that Habsburg backpack that we had. And actually this one just by itself cost me around 30,000 watch points. It still hurts to say it. I kind of got invested. I kind of got, you know, obsessive about getting it. So in the end, I did get it. But yeah, it cost by itself more than yeah, the Habsburg set together. I likely could have had a second and a third Habsburg set if I wanted to. That's usually generally set to be around 10k for each part, and kind of as a guesstimate. The rest of these are, of course, also all unicorns. Most of them, though, are actually looted. This one's crafted, though. The mask is also looted. And actually, even on the chest, I don't have the true super unicorn here for it, because I would want this to be, of course, all red, but also what I want is everything to be crit chance, crit damage. Nowadays as well, actually, we can put crit damage mods on the weapon, as we're, of course, going to kind of over crit if we were to put everything into crit chance as the way that we are. But yeah, I wouldn't mind this becoming all red, but of course, the backpack is craftable, the chest isn't. And the chest drops very little, as just a trivia thing. The backpack, just because there are so many different variants of the 511 backpack, if you ever paid attention to the transmog items for the backpack, there's a whole list of 511 backpacks. That's also how much more it drops. So yeah, you barely get any chests to begin with, and the chests that you do get are generally going to be, of course, yeah, it is also would be a super unicorn. So yeah, still working on that one, but overall, kind of worth it if you're kind of into silly things. If you've done a lot of stuff, why not do this? And of course, what this also is kind of a challenge build. We're making a weaker high-end build, and I quite often enjoy just grabbing this thing and kind of doing a mission with it and just, you know, giggling to myself as we kind of go through it. Yeah, we'll cut it there. 421. That segment. Although that's gonna be too hard. I should keep rambling till it's 5:11, right? that segment should be 5 minutes 11. I'm kind of nah. That would be so hard to time, though. Let me catch up here. I'm a dazzling guy. Found the fodder. Exactly. What does this build still exist? Why wouldn't it? For the mission guilds. Yeah, I mean, just have a. Sometimes it's handy to have silly things. Just to have silly things. Why not? Yeah, I should just have some maniacal laughter there at the end of it. Just still file. Yeah, that would be interesting. But as well, as said at the start of there as well, it's in slot 511. So there is, of course, there being a 501 to 516, there is a 511. But yeah, I have a bunch of joke builds also in the collection because, for instance, as well, there, the purple builds. You know, these are even sillier. Kind of. This is what main account kind of has as joke builds as well. It's even harder to kind of run. Yeah, 512. You know what I could do? I could actually just drag the segment till it's 511 and it will just slow me down.
Another agent is now in your group.
Why is another agent in my group? What? I'm not set to open, am I now? I mean, I would have already. I'm gonna guess they are. Are they on my friends list? I'm not familiar with the name.
You are no longer in a group.
It's weird. Yeah, let's go with this. It's over here. Yeah. Yeah, 512. And 512 is a red F5 on this account. We've already seen a red F5, of course, on character 3. Here we see kind of another one showing a little bit different. The other one was showing with Vigilance BTSU. This one's showing with Vigilance and Coyote. Not much changed here build-wise, of course. We did lose a little bit on the Cheska backpack. But yeah, FI as such did not really change. The Bullet King, as I'm kind of showing it here, I kind of just wanted to include it somewhere in the builds collection. And the Bullet King is not per se a bad choice for this. The Bullet King, we can get a lot of crit chance out of it on a build that actually is kind of crit starved, as this of course would be. It isn't the worst choice because, yeah, we're going to go crit chance third stat and then also have 15 crit chance from mods from it, which is actually kind of a pain to sometimes put into other builds. So yeah, we're kind of putting it in here, and actually it is kind of handy to kind of remove that reloading from our thinking at all, and letting us focus much better on our healing and such. If we take it into the game, we'll see the repeating pattern, as we'll kind of see as well with some of the upcoming weapons or builds. I mean, is that yeah, it is saved as a 5-piece again, as of course, yeah, I would want to have the option to go the same BTSU setup as we had with that other character, and this is of course, yeah, a thing that we oftentimes do just to have multiple variations, but of course, yeah, I can just put in Coyote as we had it there. Red FI is, as a build, kind of hard to get together, much harder than, for instance, Red OD, which we'll see in a second. And that's because we need to have these third stat, or the stats, the minor stats. Actually, let's I'm kind of distracted by some sounds outside. So let's do that again. I was kind of fumbling my words. I kind of lost my train of thought and couldn't really get back on it. So let's try again. Yeah, 512. And with 512, we come to the red FI of this account on this character. We've already seen a red FI, of course, on character 3, kind of in a similar layout, but then instead of the backpack, high-end backpack and Coyote, we went with high-end backpack and BTSU, just so we could do some BTSU shenanigans there. Here we're showing it with the Coyote. Changes-wise, of course, only Cheska got a little bit of a hit to its crit chance amount, but overall, we didn't, not much changed for FI or the Coyote. I'm showing it here as well with the Bullet King. The Bullet King already was kind of an okay-ish weapon to kind of grab, but now actually with it having 15 crit chance for mods, it is basically a Negev with infinite fire, and then, yeah, if we... Here, for instance, as well, we're using it with crit chance third stat, and that means that usually is kind of harder to kind of put into some of the builds because you have 24.5 coming from the weapon, which kind of doesn't align well with a lot of build setups. Here, though, yeah, we're definitely a lot more crit starved, so we can make use of that. Also, I kind of enjoy having the Bullet King to kind of remove the thinking at all of reloads, just to take that out of our mind completely, just so we can focus more on our healing. If we take this into the game, we see that it is saved, as with most of these, and we'll kind of see a similar pattern with a few builds coming up, is, yeah, again, 5 pieces saved, and that is just that if I were to want to go with the BTSU version that we have on the other one, we kind of can, as we can just take the BTSU glove there, or of course, yeah, the Coyote and have it as we have it there. And there, again, we're using the different, basically, character 5 builds to kind of show an alternate version of some of the builds, especially as well for the recommended build list, to kind of have different links going to different setups for it. In fact, they are kind of similar, or well, copies, especially when it comes to the gear. Both of them are saved with 5 pieces, but then, yeah, we're just showing them differently on the build collection. To get this build together is kind of a hassle. This is record yellow pieces. So yeah, getting them with crit chance or crit damage as we have them here, it can be quite a hassle. And yeah, we need to get them and then record them. And that will take a bunch of resources. This isn't per se a good starting build. As well here, I have it actually saved with the Elmo, even though, yeah, I do have actually a Bullet King here. Although, of course, the Elmo would have a different amount of crit chance, crit damage to it. So, because it is just 15. So it isn't actually per se set up as it is in that picture completely. But close enough, and yeah, this is, I kind of prefer it with the Elmo here, just for my general use, and then Lexington secondary here with Flatline. Yeah, this build is, of course, very handy for especially countdowns and such, especially when you're applying this buff that we have 15% total weapon damage to all our teammates, here to 25% with the chest, applying that to 7 other peoples, as we do in countdown, and having a decent enough uptime, because people will get hit, but they'll either heal themselves or we'll heal them with our pitiful healing here. We don't have much in the form of healing, but we have enough to kind of heal up an ally here or there. But generally as well, when people get hit, they'll medpack themselves back to full armor anyway in a countdown setting. So we're providing that buff to our allies and kind of keeping our own damage up, because that's important as well. If we were to buff allies, but we give up all of our own damage, overall, that, unless it is per se needed, so for instance, in an incursion setting, we really need the healing that FI can provide. In a countdown setting, I would say we don't really, and I much prefer, for instance, red FIs. There we go. Yeah, 357. Oh, god damn it. Does that show in everything? That shows in everything, that doesn't. Server restarting message at the bottom. Yeah, let's reboot. Just to get that off the screen. It's just gonna annoy me otherwise in all of it. And yeah, really the only way to get that off the thing, because the second, if I were to fast travel to DC and back or something, it would resession me and just basically get me off that server, and then the timer would just expire and nothing would happen. But that timer would be there the whole time still. So yeah, instead, let's reboot the game. In the meantime, we'll set up 513. I should check that well, I should check once we're in game. I don't think that broke audio. You know what? I'm just gonna. We'll just apply the fix. Load faster. That even shows in the in the menus and stuff the whole time at the bottom. So let's not have that. I just find it distracting for myself. Even. There we go.
Entering safe area.
Because that's just that specific server we were on restarting. Yeah. Let's load up 513. We're making pretty good progress here. 4 more to go, including this one. Yeah. $513. Here we have OD, kind of in a different setup than we had it as well on character tree. we had the OD there. Here though, we're going with the Carnage, and we're kind of set up as well actually to be well, this is kind of set up to be at 60 crit chance as we have it here. This would also be my go-to if we did not need that Coyote, for instance, that the other one is set up with. Also as well, that one is Vigilance Coyote, this one is Wicked, just to show Wicked in there as well. And yeah, changes wise, of course, OD, the chest became much more useful. It used to take the buff from, or well, the amp to yourself, not to your allies. It will always be a 1.2 amp for allies. For yourself, it would take it from a 1.2 to a 1.35. Now it takes it from a 1.2 to a 1.5. Making the chest pretty useful and pretty usable, especially if it lets us get in different things that can really benefit us. So for instance, in this case, we're maining the Carnage here, definitely. The Contractor's Gloves is a really good pick for that. And then as well, Wicked and Vigilance is kind of up to taste. For countdowns and such, I do like Wicked, or I like Vigilance. In a smaller groups, I prefer usually Wicked, because basically it's the amount of decoys that I have, right? Or teammates, sorry, that I have. If there's 7 decoys slash teammates, then I'm much less likely to get hit. And yeah, Vigilance does have more damage just outright. If we take it into the game, though, we see that it is all a lie, and it is actually, of course, again, saved as a 5-piece. So if I were to want to, I can go with the Coyote. I even actually, of course, have the Cheska backpack with Vigilance from a different build here from the Red FI that we saw a second ago. So I could actually duplicate that build if that was what I was going to go for. But yeah, we also then have our options available here with a Wicked backpack. And of course, yeah, we do have the option to go as is with the build picture here with the Contractors, because generally you can actually have multiple variation of a build, especially if there's a Coyote in there. So in this case, us taking that Coyote out makes it so that we are actually, so yeah, with this, I could drop, for instance, the crit chance mods here if I were in a group setting. We're going with a crit chance third Carnage as well here. But yeah, I could take out, for instance, here 2 crit chance mods here if there was already enough Coyotes. And yeah, it depends really on what the team layout is, because here we're landing now on 50.5, and yeah, we have a little bit more damage, and then we have that Contractors, of course, pretty good here as well, applying to the bleed with the damage armor. Not that the bleed is really that strong. And then yeah, what this build is especially for, of course, is in a group setting or even solo, you can go use this to basically bypass a lot of the ammo directives. So Pistolero, even if we were to have Gunner and get that initial ammo just from Gunner, once you have that, or you just get a pistol kill in, or the reduced ammo directive as well, of course. Once we kind of have a little bit of ammo, that will last us infinitely, basically, because we make the bleed rounds happen. The bleed rounds will continuously kind of keep us topped off, and that will also happen for all of your teammates. So this is our go-to, where, for instance, in teams generally nowadays in open world with the directives that we have this season, especially having Pistolero and also having no regen, generally one of us will go an OD, one of us will go a combat medic, and the rest can be whatever they want to be. And yeah, this offsets Pistolero for us, the combat medics offsets no regen for us, kind of not having to deal with those, and the remaining ones are just special ammo and fog of war and cool skills, and we can all just separately deal with those and get a lot more XP out of it, of course. And yeah, nowadays, especially having the ability to kind of swap crit damages to crit chances is very handy, as you kind of saw there. The build is kind of set up to be solo, but if I'm in a group and there's already coyotes, I can just swap out crit chances on the weapon to crit damage, which yeah, in the past we couldn't really do. Setting this build up is pretty easy as well. These are all red core pieces coming in, and we're just putting miners on them. So yeah, just find pieces with good enough cores on them, and then just put the miner in there the way that you want it. The Cheska backpack, of course, usable in many places, so you want many of those anyway to begin with. Contractor is also pretty easy to get. Carnage as well, just an LZ named. Here I'm pairing it as well with the Iron Lung. It's saved actually here with the Iron Lung, even though the build is showing it with the Scorpio, because yeah, of course, the Scorpio we have in other builds as well, so it'll be in my inventory anyway. So here we're saving it with the Iron Lung just to have an Iron Lung with us as well, as that is also a really good tool for this. And then we'll cut there. 5:14. Okay. We're getting rambly towards the end. I feel that's been the case for all of them. The later builds we go, the more rambly it becomes, just because my brain starts to go. Yeah, 5:14. Yeah, let's go with this. And with 5:14, we come to Hunter's Fury. Here set up just as a bog standard-ish Hunter's Fury, with just going with SMGs. We're not headhunting or anything like that. In this case, we're going with SMG. Here, though, we are going with an alternate setup. We already kind of saw an Obliterate Vigilance setup on character 3. Here we see an Ridgeway plus Wicked backpack version, together, of course, with Sadist. Changes-wise, Hunter's Fury didn't get much changes, neither did Ridgeway. The group, of course, got a little bit of a reduction. Wicked stayed the same. But what especially kind of changed for this build, and why it's much more potent than it used to be for the Ridgeway setup, is that Sadist went from 20% on the normal version to 30% as we have it now. And actually, 30% and kind of having a consistent way to apply bleed with the Ridgeway actually makes for a decent choice. The only downside, of course, is this does not work well against mechanical, so you kind of have to be picking your faction that you're fighting, especially in Summit, for instance, where I do run a lot of Hunter's Furies. It can be frustrating whenever it's Black Dusk and they have a bunch of Warhounds and mini tanks that don't bleed, and you can't make them bleed, and yeah, then you're losing a lot of your damage. And of course, what we're really getting is that regen from alongside of that from the Ridgeway. And basically, the way I kind of look at it is, if we kind of split this up into a 15-15, we have like a 15% talent on up there, which would be, equivalent to, a measured or something. And then that other 15 we can kind of see as being down here as a damage talent. It kind of covers it a little bit, but not, of course, to the degree of some of the other ones. If we take it into the game, we see actually that it's saved in a little bit of a weird way. I've saved it here with 2 Grupo pieces. One Wicked on the backpack. That, of course, aligns with having that Ridgeway in there. And yeah, then we have the build as we had it there on the build picture. But then if I load the build again, actually, We have, of course, this Grupo chest as well. And we wouldn't, this explosive damage, it makes no sense, of course, here. And that's also the case. This one then is set up that for the other option, we can go with a Memento backpack together with a Grupo chest. Even though actually, if we're going Memento backpack, you would want a Cheska chest, but of course I have that as well here available. So then we could go that route. But yeah, the Grupo chest is in there as well, just so we can go many different variations, basically. Also having a Grupo chest for me, myself, to have there, just to, yeah, go different variations if that is our choice. That's also why the second piece here saved is a Dark Winter. That becomes the main if we're not going with the sadist route. But overall, I do quite enjoy having the sadist version. I always had it as well, and it has become much more potent because of the sadist changes coming in. And Ridgeway is definitely a useful piece. Here as well, actually, if you play it right, you can quite often mark a bunch of enemies and getting that killing, getting that disorient in, and then marking those disoriented enemies, especially if you got hit going into that. For instance, in a summit setting where enemies spawn from a door, you'll kill one of them. You can kind of just spray towards the other ones. You'll get a bunch of regen going at that point. And yeah, that will heal you up, and it does work decently well. Alongside of it, of course, triggering our sadist for us. Getting this build together isn't per se that hard. These are, of course, red core pieces. We could go actually full red if we wanted to. I generally choose to go 2 blue cores. That's mostly there for the shield, actually. So I don't really care that much that I have a little bit more armor here. Although here it does actually matter for how much we're regenning as well, of course. But yeah, it's especially there for the shield. But as you see here as well, I have some of the other pieces saved or optimized in a way that the core can be recored. And I have it set up that I can go up to maximum of 4 blue cores if I wanted to go that route. But generally, yeah, I either run it full red or with 2 blues. But of course, as well, one of the things is if I were to go with the Memento, I generally just find those 2 cores enough, and then I would make these red, actually. And it is actually handy to have yours set up this way as well. That's usually how I recommend it. But yeah, you can go full red, of course, making it a little bit easier to get together and just having 2 pieces, maybe, or 1 or 2 pieces that you can recore with. Because it's only the pieces that you recore, because these are red core pieces that you kind of need that with. And yeah, overall, Hunter's Fury is very handy of a build to have. It's the classic run and gun build, especially learning to play it as well, learning its playstyle. It's very fulfilling. I quite enjoy running with it because it is definitely a different playstyle than just sitting somewhere shooting out like Striker does. With this, you want to close the range. You kind of need to. You need to be generally in that 50 meters, and even more so in 10 meters, even quite often to get the bonuses from the Striker shield from Firewall. And here as well, we're kind of holistically going with that Wicked that we can't really easily lose. The way that Vigilance would go, or for instance as well, Unstoppable Force, of course, we would need to get 5 kills going to have the full bonus. Here, we're kind of getting that from the bleed, and then the Sadist talent is kind of bringing this up to be quite decent nowadays. And get there. 540. Yeah, I'm getting more and more rambly as we go. It's fine, though. It's fine. Yeah, let me catch up here. Let's try the hotshot third build. Yeah, it's well worth trying out that one. That one's also not too hard because I also have a different version of it, which is with high-end pieces. So if you're not familiar with the build collection, I mean, actually, for those as well, maybe just joining us and not familiar with where all these build pictures are, that's in the build collection like there. That takes you to this, which we're kind of going now through like these last 16 builds here. Well, 501 to 516, because there's actually a bunch more underneath it, but these are the last actual true builds, basically. And yeah, I actually have on character 3 a high-end version of that as well. I think the hotshot version might be my preference, although I'm not sure. But yeah, 3.07 is, we just kind of lay that like this. Because it is also much harder to get together. We have record Habsburg pieces and stuff. But I always like that one anyway. It's well worth trying out. There's also white skin. It's on that character. What's the difference between incoming repair and repair skills? Incoming repairs is skills applying repair to you, either your own skills or others. And repair skills is how much your skills will repair. The two of them are separate multipliers. So if you're healing yourself or planning on healing yourself, you would want to have a combination of the two, because each of them is basically multiplying against the other one. If you're just getting healed, then yeah, you want incoming repair. If you're just healing others mostly, like with FI, you would want a repair skill. But the incoming repair is just a separate multiplier by that percentage increasing additively, so it adds together. But only from skills. Although as well, it should be only from skills. There might be a talent here or there, but most of the talents you would want, like, catharsis or stuff like that, or anything else that heals, doesn't apply with incoming repair. But yeah, hopefully that made it a little clearer. Where were we? 5:15. But the easy way to kind of look at it is repair skill just applies to your skills repairing you or others, but it applies to the skill. And incoming repair is on yourself and then from skills applying to you, either yours or others. And then it's important to know, especially like if you're just doing it for self-healing, that yeah, you want to have a combination of the two, because the 20% would then go on the skill, and then another 20% would then apply when the skill is healing you, if you're like self-healing yourself. So you would want to, if you're doing like 3 or something, you would have like 2 incoming repairs, and then the watch repair plus the one repair skill. Just to kind of balance between the two. Oh yeah, let's go with 5:15. And on 5:15, we see actually a build that, at least on the gear end, for once, as with a lot of the other builds, I went like, we slightly changed the build to make it not look exactly the same. I copied somebody else's homework, although it was my own homework in the past, basically. But you just changed it so people didn't notice. On this one, not so much. It is basically gear-wise the exact same thing as a 4.14, the Heartbreaker tech tank. And in this case, though, on the 5:15, we're showing it with a Lexington instead, which is not really, honestly, a change. But then, what we have is the Lexington version of the Heartbreaker tech tank, basically. The Lexington, of course, came in. It does displace basically all of the other weapons and all of the other high ends that could be picked for this, especially because it does also have a long rail, so it can do a flatline. It does beat out the Kingbreaker on burst and almost on sustain. The Kingbreaker can out-sustain it, but of course the Kingbreaker is such a worse shot than this, a worse tool to shoot, basically. It goes all over the place. The Lexington is much more stable and such. Especially with the little bit of weapon handling we get from here as well. So yeah, the Lexington is basically just the better version of the Heartbreaker tech tank, but then yeah, I'm showing it with other weapons on 414, just because yeah, not everybody will be able to get Lexington. Changes wise, of course, Heartbreaker did get a little bit of a buff. Its bonus went at 100 stacks from being 100%, basically 1% per stack. It went to 1.1% per stack, a total of 110% increase, a 2.11 multiplier. Or a 2.1 multiplier. One too many. That was a tongue twister, kind of. But yeah, in this case, it does give us a little bit more damage as well. We got a little bit more damage by having a weapon that overall, actually, the Lexington is higher than all the ARs beforehand, basically. So we have actually gained a little bit of damage against previous seasons. getting this build together is not that hard. This is also the recommended kind of tech tank because of that, as we're just recording one piece to be from a blue core to a red core. The rest of them are actually done in a way where, even though I actually on this one have a bunch of places where I've recorded the core and optimized, that wouldn't be needed. We could just have it be a blue core as we've kept it the blue core basically, and just roll the minor stat on here as well. And yeah, this is pretty easy then to get together. You do need to unlock Technician. That's usually, of course, for newer players, a thing that they still will need to do. You will need a memento. This is kind of core to this. But it isn't the hardest farm overall. Just spam priority objectives, spam some countdown with targeted backpacks, and you might even also get it from the caches that you can buy from countdown. If you don't have a Lexington, the replacement weapons would be a Kingbreaker or a Fall or an M4 with Flatline. That would be the alternate pieces instead of this Lexington if you don't have it. But yeah, not too hard to put together, and yeah, very worthwhile. This is generally the build if I'm solo, if I'm doing something solo and I'm just doing some missions or some activities or scouts or whatever. This is the build that I'll grab. 9 out of 10 times, basically. It is very powerful in its ability to survive a lot of stuff and then output more than enough damage. Basically, this is a very strong shield. It is a 6-tier shield being healed by a 2-tier artificer and front towards enemy basically that way. And the rest of the build is set up with the Heartbreaker bonuses and the crit chance, crit damages to kind of deal enough damage that we can, you know, hide behind their shield, but still murder and go forward with our build. And yeah, this comes highly recommended. This is generally one of the higher recommended builds on the build collection. Mm, 423, that's kind of fine. Let me catch up here as well. I need already. No, good one so far. Still getting as well. And yeah, welcome in. And yeah, we're doing basically recording character 5's build collection updates as I'll turn into a video and go up in a few days. The last character, and then we're kind of done with the build collection updates. And also, yeah, we've already as well recorded all the DPS table videos. So, yay! We don't have to. We're done with them finally. They took forever, but also well worth it. So, also they were all well received, which I of course also kind of like. Listen, is this AR tech tank? The last one was basically the Heartbreaker tech tank. It is using an AR as well. But yeah, most of the tech tanks do generally. Yeah, that one's well worth. I mean, we're gonna even link you here to it. Although actually I'll link, yeah, the version we saw there. Oh, actually, I need to change that text of it. It still says copy of 414. I changed it to just be tech tank in there. You know what? Let me, because I'm totally gonna forget. Let me go to Nightbot and quickly change that. Am I gonna? Uh, 5.15. It's gonna bother me. So. Because I used to have a bunch of builds that said copy of this, copy of that, but that was the last one. So, seeing as it's the last one, let's not have that in there anymore. Let's just call it Heartbreaker Lexi Bruiser. And yeah, last one, PFE. Puffa. The Puffa build. This one I scored my first harvest with D-Tag. I'm just wondering what's the best all-around talent to roll onto it would be. Overall, of course, yeah, determined. Like, it depends how you're using it. Like, if you're using it, because generally what we use that or the harvest for is like headhunting pistol builds. If you are okay running determined and just, want to use it, because for instance, a build we showed earlier on, actually, kind of go back here. So on the build collection, this one 510 is kind of a go-to for that, just a memento at Thunder's Fury. But then, yeah, determined. If you don't want to go determined, then either preservation is pretty good or optimist. So anything else that would be really good for it? Not really, right? An optimist over ranger generally because, yeah, it's a pistol, so we're using it close range. But also optimist would feed into the weapon damage and increase the cap, basically. But yeah, determined. Yeah. Let's go into here. We're using it with a red build, finisher. But it is actually also a pretty good finisher weapon. Although if you're going finisher, it's, yeah, orbits, of course, exist, and it's kind of the same weapon, right? So, oh, well, it's not the exact, but yeah, the harvest will be hit harder, but it's close enough. But you get more bonuses. Yeah, let's go with this. They're loaded, yeah. 516. And in the final slot of this character, we see 516, and that is the high-end PFE shoddy. PFE, of course, protection from elites, setups that we use for PFEing, and yeah, we use that, of course, for going up against, actually, yeah, I should just first explain changes and then go into what it's for. I kind of went directly into what it's for, which, meh. Wait, let me actually put away some of the videos and not have this segment in there. Also, so far, yeah, 15 items. One of the handy ways is it's 16 builds and 16 segments, so I need to have 16. Because actually I did it almost wrong with character 4. I was just checking like how many segments I had without the intro and outro of just the builds, and I had 17. I was like, oh, I had one too many. And I did have one too many, which was just one that I kind of had trashed, but not actually. Yeah, 516. And on 516, the last one on this character, we see an PFE build, a protection from elites, as these mods are called, of course. Yeah, that is a setup that we kind of use against some of the fights like rogues or hunters, and certain situations also really do call for it, and it works really well there. Changes wise, not much changed here, of course. We did lose a little bit of crit chance basically off of that Cheska. We used to be on a really beautiful 60, but we no longer are, but still close enough in this setup. This one did actually get a little bit of a change. Just before the end of the season, we kind of went with Cheska Badger, and then here the Catharsis. I've been finding the Catharsis actually pretty useful in a PFE setting where we do get a lot of hits on us, and eventually we'll kind of hit that healing basically, and also the purge as well for status effects and such, which is kind of nice. But yeah, not much really changed about this build. The Scorpio that we're kind of maining here as well still. Even though the Scorpio kind of got hit hard, overall, we used to main the Scorpio. We generally actually don't now anymore. I will still use it if I'm in a group setting or such, but if I want to do damage, the light glue that I have here in the second slot will do that much better overall. We could also go with a Tsunami, but I go here with the light glue, because generally when I'm pulling this out, I'm fighting enemies that will not quickly die, and then the light glue, at least after the first shot, you kind of have a bonuses going. So that does help out quite a bit. But yeah, not much in the form of changes. In getting this build together, it will generally be pretty expensive, as it always is with PFEs, and that is these improvised pieces that we have here. To get these improvised pieces, they come from crafting. That means crafting, and generally they will be pretty low in their stats. You will definitely need to optimize at least something. Sometimes they come pretty, the bar will be like 3/4 full, and you'll get a little bit lucky. But generally, yeah, it might be a lot less. So it will cost a lot of resources, making it not that new player friendly, especially if you don't have the resources to kind of splurge on these. Yeah, it does a lot. It does a lot worse, basically. But it isn't impossible, of course, to get together. I generally do like having these setups, and it's well worth it as well. Here as well, I have 13 PFEs on this account, as we had 9 on main account. So I have a total of 12 spread over both accounts. That lets us, with these 13 PFEs, we get up to the 75 protection from elite, meaning that we as well go with something other than survivalist, and we go here with, of course, with firewall, especially for that shield and also my proximity to allies damage buff for my proximity to enemies being a damage buff to my allies. Let's say it the right way. But yeah, this build is a little bit, of course, harder to get together. Catharsis as well is a really annoying item to get still, because you need to have the blueprint for it to drop from targeted loot. But it's specifically targeted loot, so a full random drop, or it's coming from exotic caches or end of mission rewards, all of those things that are basically the same pool as the exotic caches. You can get it at full random from there, but you can't, if you don't have one yet, you can't use targeted loot masks to get yours, which makes it that it will take a bit to get that one. It is one of the more annoying exotics to get. And actually one of the last exotics together with the blue screen, even though, yeah, the blue screen, we can do the Captain Willis mission in Jefferson Plaza, and Jefferson Trade Center, where we can get the blueprint for the blue screen, and then it will actually drop in target loot. The Catharsis does not have equivalent. The Scorpio, yeah, as we kind of talked, got a little bit hit, but yeah, still worth having in this setup, because yeah, we can stun lock enemies, and that's what this is for, especially against rogue fights and such. We can pull this out, and as well during extraction in Countdown. This can be a very powerful tool. This can in a group setting, for instance, we generally, if we're going into a rogue fight, we'll just go, who wants to go PFE? One of us will go PFE. Generally, the others will stay whatever they are, or just go full red strikers just to output a lot of damage. And this can basically run interference, run into the enemies. And as long as everything is elite, it really is hard to be killed by enemies, basically. Unless there's a lot of them. And same with Countdown. At the end of it, this can run into the hunters basically at the end, and just kind of run in and kind of deter them from shooting at allies. And together with that, we're still trying to keep up our damage up by going crit chance, crit damage. I do always prefer to go that route instead of just going, full survivability. That's not needed. We have enough survivability here just with these 4 blue cores, with Adrenaline Rush, with the Catharsis here. That's enough survivability. Then it's better for us to do a little bit of damage, and we do that, yeah, with the crit chance, crit damage that we have, and as well with Adrenaline Rush together with Intimidate, giving us a bunch of damage. 518, it's fine. And yeah, let's outro this. Anywhere else? Yeah, let's have this just Marauder thing. This was my original idea as well. Although, can I put you somewhere in this? I wouldn't mind having the flag there as well. Yeah, I'll use this at the outro. Yeah. So what's following this up actually? Oh yeah, build collection history. Oh yeah, actually, yeah. So yeah. Let's say it that way. Yeah. And thus we come to the end of character 5, and with that as well, to the end of the build collection. We went through and got our fill of all of the builds, the main builds on the build collection. We have, of course, skipped a few as well. We did do 501 to 516 here. The collection kind of goes a little bit further. We won't visit those in a video sense because just to explain, yeah, we have a few other joke builds as the S builds are. Basically, those are builds that live in the stash. We have some purple builds and some brandless build here as a full improvised build. Then we have a bunch of X builds, and the X builds are basically yeah, they are X builds. They are builds I used to have and for some reason no longer do. Generally, they've been superseded by something or just I didn't like them. But I still wanted to keep the build picture around because it might have been an interesting idea or maybe worth revisiting in the future. So I made the build picture. I might as well save some of them. Although sometimes builds do get just tossed out. This isn't all the builds that have been removed over the days because yeah, we try to keep that short list a little bit short there, of course. But yeah, we have reached the end of the main characters of the build collection, basically, with this character 5. And of course, as we kind of saw with character 5 as well, it is a selection of builds that I quite enjoy, having, some of the red builds in a Negotiator and a Striker that I kind of like, having OD and Red FI as well there, having a good tech tank, having a good PFE, having, of course, Eclipse at the ready, together with an explosive build and a bunch of different, as well, Headhunters, and even, of course, a joke build in that 511. That's very much what I do on second account because yeah, I just keep one character there and we kind of saw what the results there were. And yeah, that also then gets us indeed to the end of these build collection update videos. I hope you did enjoy them. I kind of enjoyed going through all of these builds and kind of explaining it. I have, I've gotten word as well from a lot of people that they did quite like them because it does explain for some of the builds what they are for and such, which they weren't per se. They didn't know really what the builds are for, and sometimes it can be handy to think in a different way, just knowing that there is a build for that, basically. There is already an app for that, well, in this case, a build for that, and that you can already kind of prepare it for that way. And yeah, in future videos, we'll go actually into an history, into a nostalgia trip through some of the other parts of the build collection, which aren't actually shown on the build collection itself, but older build pictures. And I kind of just want to, we're just going to go on a nostalgia trip. And I'm also going to kind of more explain even what kind of my philosophy is behind the build collection. Also, this history of it and kind of how it got started. But together with that as well, how I'm laying it out. It should be obvious that there is kind of a pattern to the characters and how their builds are going from the start to their end, basically starting out usually with more red builds and going towards more blue builds and such. And yeah, we'll show some very old pictures from all the way back in season 1 or 2, back when I kind of started with the idea of maybe putting some builds on a picture. So yeah, we'll go into that, and together with that as well, we'll go into something new pretty soonish, and I'm kind of looking forward to that. I'll hint to it that it will be a call for backup. Some will know what that means by watching the streams. But yeah, we're going to start that series pretty soonish as well. Hopefully getting the first one out before the end of this month. But yeah, I hope you joined me for those. If you did enjoy this video, please do any and all of the algorithm things down below, as that always helps out. So it's very much appreciated. And I'll do that a little bit of shilling here then. And yeah, I hope you join me for those future videos. And as always, have a good night. And yeah, we're ending it there for the video, of course. For those in the stream, yeah, that's just for the video, so no need to jump out right away. I'm not going anywhere yet. Although, yeah, maybe you wanted me to go, but but I won't. You can't make me. Yeah, let me quickly put that last 2 segments in the folder. Let's actually see how long it all is. What was that outro? 4:11. That was maybe a little bit longer. I got rambly again. That's the downside of, yeah, too much of it. 117, which, yeah, is kind of in line with, which is in line with the rest of it, or with the rest of the versions. Headhunting, finish it working right now. I don't know. Say CVLC, yeah, exactly. Do you prefer 45 round mag or the 50 rounds? Yeah. Generally, although I wouldn't put the crit mag in. Like that will lose too much. But you can actually go with the 15 rounder and play around with it. It really depends on your playstyle more. So I've been messing around actually with the 15 round mag here and there. Because one of the things with it is that if you're really generally not reaching the end of the mag, which I often too have that issue, it is advantageous to maybe go with this 45 round mag and then have a faster reload if you're like hitting the reload every single time. And this might actually be a future video as well. But you generally don't want but also, yeah, the crit damage is, I was about to say, isn't the crit damage 10? Which it is here. This is too big of a loss. Like, this is not really worth it for 10 crit damage. The thing becomes, though, calculation-wise, the 15 round does lose out to the 50 round in, like, if you actually calculate it out in sustain. Because of the reload difference isn't more than the 5 round difference, basically. But yeah, it's basically kind of up to the player. But generally, yeah, the main pick always is still usually the 50 rounder. Amazon really was too big of a penalty, but I didn't want to reload it. That was just the same devil for that. Yeah. Although, yeah, as I kind of explained, both are actually, I think both are viable, especially depending on how you play, right? Actually, I think for my playstyle, I should actually go 15 rounder because you don't lose that much if you're actually just unloading. But then it might also be more, you know, situationally, because yeah, if you're doing raid bosses or something, yeah, definitely the 20 round mag. The 10% reload difference is not that big, basically. Partially as well because it just gets offset by the watch, so you basically have the same reload as the base. But then, of course, yeah, if you take the 50 round mag, you have plus 10 reload from the watch. Yeah, let's take this back to DC as we finished our recording there. Okay, yeah, took around the same 2 hours and a bit that the other ones did as well. And then yeah, I'm gonna yeah, yesterday we had some technical issues as my internet cut out. Although actually it turns out that my ISP had sent me an email. I just hadn't read it well, or I hadn't paid attention to it. That yeah, it was gonna do some maintenance stuff. So I should have known, but I didn't. Oh yeah, actually Cassie and Danny are open. Did I? I'm not sure. Did I go to Danny yet? Let's go see if I've been to Danny yet. And then yeah, afterwards, yesterday we were trying to get the the weekly done. It was the daily, so I haven't looked here. DCD and Coney. Either target loot worthy. LMGs here is not the worst. Neither is gear mods there. ARs here as well is not the worst. But yeah, let's first go check. I'm not sure if I've been to Danny on this account. Because I definitely got it on main. But yeah, I'm gonna go do the weekly, and I'm not sure if anybody is interested in joining me for that. That is as well. Go and get that done, basically. Because I just need 2 invaded missions and title. Oh, okay, good thing I checked actually. The modifier. Yeah.
You want to make a deal?
Yeah. Let's take that. Running low on this. So I might just not even take the rest. I just only care
I
about the...
appreciate the trade.
Just don't want to open caches. The other things are likely not. Like the exotic component I can definitely use. The rest not so much. How much does that put me on? 24. We've used up quite a bit here. Yeah. So we get set up for here. Also, yeah, let's go back here actually where we have chat on screen.
Is now in your group.
Cross chain. And either Lampros. Then saves is natural compared to 5x around. Yeah. The 45 is much more about just if you're not mostly going to the end of the mag anyway, which I end up guilty of quite often. I just hit reload after every kill. So. Actually, if you guys are up for it, let's do it without modifiers. Although I'm gonna set up my... And we'll do it kind of old school. Mostly because I want to run Eclipse a little bit. So... yeah, Cross I think is okay with it. Actually, yeah, what are you running, Chris? Just see. Okay, you're running OD. Yeah, let's take... we can deal with no regen, right? We'll just heal. We'll just med pack. No, with alter. I was gonna considering not fitting no regen, but...
Black Tusk has already established a foothold here. Dislodging them isn't gonna be easy.
And actually, yeah, there's some chakrans here. Oh, that Warhand's gonna get me.
An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected.
Yeah,
Vital signs critical. System curtailed. System back online.
Watch out.
I'll keep doing. Yeah, likely we were still, because generally when we start a mission, we don't have it for a few seconds. Let's get this Warhand out of the way.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I don't know if anybody else wants to join us for some of the missions of the weekly, because we did some of the other parts already. So yeah, I just need 2 invaded missions and invaded stronghold. Oh, actually, wait. Oh, I think we had the same idea there. Yeah, I read that too late there. Because yeah, we're both survivalists, so. Because one of the things with survivalists, indeed, we can heal each other. Do have a crossbow bolt. Especially watch out for the two of those. Ah, missed me a second. Tree there.
System disrupted. System reactivated.
Didn't spawn much.
Local area network detected.
Check any terminals or laptops you find. The more intel we collect on Black Tusk, the better we'll be able to counter them.
My Warhammer just doesn't care that he's shocked. Got some.
System curtailed.
Forget about the disrupt.
System back online. Serious trauma detected.
Did I get him with explosion? I might have gotten him with explosion.
Launching.
Yeah, let's cross get or
Asymmetric encryption protocol detected. Installing backdoor.
I hope this encryption is to protect something juicy.
I thought that. Can't this. Also, yeah, if, we have no takers. Let's actually matchmake for this. Get what we get. Well, let's see if any like random stick around for 5 directives. And generally, if it hits or lands on a body, well, that one should have.
75% complete. Connection remotely terminated.
Shit, they cut off the terminal.
I should be honest. So we got the key chest. Indeed. So the reward and why do melons have big weddings? It's the cantaloupe. Badumdish. That was the sound of a cantaloupe or a watermelon being smashed. Badumdish.
Humanity has been observing the planets for millennia, but we are only now beginning to uncover some of their secrets. Earth, the third rock from the sun. Our home may not be the center of our universe.
And instead of smashing pumpkins,
So
we're
far,
smashing
it's
the.
the only planet life has
That bounced weird.
in the vast
Oh, what? Stop bouncing there.
think that our little planet is the only place capable of creating and sustaining life. We know that Mars once had vast oceans.
It's been a while actually since I've
Many of the elements found on Earth
I've done adventure.
only be created
Eclipse and
from the
this season, of course, yeah, it's very like the modifier makes it
While
very
no other planet in our solar system sustains life, it's possible building blocks that
A
allow
weapon
organisms
damage
to
based.
evolve from single-cell amoebas to
Random is gonna
complex
instantly go
living
through,
beings
so
like
we should
you
go.
and me. Started as nothing more than
And then I'm gonna set the first wave of
star
fire.
light years away.
For the dropping the watermelon. I mean, I did it and I'll do it again. Not a party, what the critical rainbows got to reflect on things. Did you buy one of those like dad joke books or something recently? Is that what happened here? 1001 dad jokes. Or was it one of the bundles maybe? It was a dad joke bundle. In here, I'm basically just a fire cam because of cool skills, but that's still enough
System disrupted.
to be useful.
System reactivated.
Mars was once
gonna
home to flowing
Do
water,
one of those.
as evidenced by these images. At one point, more than 3.8 billion years ago,
Let's go that one.
Martian surface could have been
I'm curious what our allies are.
Martian exploratory
Uh,
has sent back evidence of more recent
completely nothing.
well, ranging
And a glass rat. Although,
river systems.
headshot damage, shield splinter, crit chance.
There are also minerals present on the surface of Mars.
Wait, there was a headshot here somewhere. Headshot damage, crit damage. What's that? I don't think they really understood how to put a crit chance, crit damage all together.
Although small quantities exist as water vapor in the thin Martian atmosphere,
But yeah, the other one is much worse.
soil.
He gets a pass because there's another ass. That is Friday, right? Weekend matchmakers already
Network
already
signal
on the go.
detected.
On the go.
Sounds promising.
But sometimes actually it's fun to play with others just to remind yourself how it can go with randoms. One of the things here I would normally do is toss down on my hive, but won't here. I'll do that though. An area denying that. But you're gonna hit the button right away.
Data corrupted.
Damn it. Guess we keep looking.
Turn that into a sledge. So even 20% of a sledge is still pretty.
Secure the final hall. Maybe you'll find a terminal there.
Maybe we will. We won't tell you, then. Yeah, you guys go get set up. Okay, come in last. I'll show you guys one of those grenades here. So this doesn't start until the last person is in, and we blow those up. Or is she gonna come in?
Finish mopping up these assholes and let's see what we
Do
can
one of
find.
those, do one of these, sledge it up. Put one in him. Oh, that's not percent needed. And the crossbows, even against names, they will heavily damage whatever piece they hit. Whatever armor piece they hit. So. It's one of the few ones that is
It's probably
okay
brick,
using
but
against
check out the
names.
server just to be sure.
Reformat cancelled. Attack data
It's
0.7%.
Friday, I'm ready to get
I'll
cookie.
send the data you were able
Wait,
to
couldn't you be
recover
ready to
to our
get
tech guys,
fungi?
just in case.
I feel
The museum is secure.
missed some
Well
synergy
done.
there.
Here's hoping we get some value from the data you transmitted.
I know, our allies joined way later, but still got it done in 12-ish. Yeah, let's go do Plaza as well. The edge of my seat, yep. Would be funny if there was no terminal at all and just mission
Considering what we
failed.
know about that, there's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro entrance.
No,
Clear
I'm
all
fine
hostile
with that.
elements from the area. There's been a lot of Black Tusk activity around that metro entrance. Clear
Man,
all
he's just
hostile elements
repeating
from the
himself.
area.
See if our randoms stay with us. If they want to stay, they can. Unless there's somebody out there that wants to join us, because if there is, we can always reform for that. forget to keep my crossbow bolts. These against that heavy, although it's kind of hard to see what I'm hitting actually. Because if I was unfamiliar, the crossbow breaks whatever armor plate it is hitting. Oh well, heavily damage.
An agent has left your group.
With just these guys, they will take off the chest. And one of the things we can do here as well is actually bounce off the ceiling. Yeah, I've totally missed playing some.
Keep your eyes peeled.
Because the auto modifier is just everything's dead too fast. There's no point to an Eclipse there. It's also why we're kind of doing it modifierless. Actually, in here, let's go get the crate in the back. Curious if our random will kind of pay attention.
Another agent is now in your group.
Could have maybe gone to a safe house. I would have gotta go on some grenades. Some grenades can be kind of handy. I guess. Two dogs.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
3 dogs even?
Agent incapacitated.
What even got me? Oh, the grenade launcher.
Agent down.
CV. It's very. Here, which guy stayed? I don't even. Oh, it's that guy. Yeah, he has no damage. And the other guy is an OD as well. Although I have no idea why. I'm guessing that's a Hollow Man, which is not.
Keep pushing through.
They're trying to get around to the food court.
It's not gonna wait for my allies. This guy is full sending it. He's also running directly into the enemies, and he's dead. Nice. Barely survived. Should have just let him die. Because yeah, rushing is always one of those things. I feel as well. It's yeah. Especially random matchmates is. There is no working against that. Like so. And that's a nice thing with having a target like that. Also, yeah, watch out here that we do get back spawn basically. All spawn up there. Almost missed that wave spawning. I mean, I didn't almost. I totally missed that wave spawning. And yeah, let's get the crate in that back. Ready to fire merciless. I'll catch up with my allies. And I made this fight much harder than it needs to be. Because I could have caught most of this at the door if I was here. Could have rushed, of course, but okay. He's not important enough for me to rush. One thing we do want to do is not stay back here. Back here is very dangerous. I want to be up here. It's a much better spot. And then this is the downside. We have 2 ODs and then also like 1 non-build. And yeah, the ODs don't do much against the warhands. Oh well, they do a lot less damage. Didn't reach that guy.
Get down to the mall.
Keep it going. I don't know, feels nice. Anyway, overall, that's generally the always pick. Because in the past, of course, it used to even be
Oh no. The DC-62 we see on the streets lost
10 rounds,
over
which
time and
definitely
exposure to weather.
wasn't equivalent.
But this stuff is fresh. Black Tusk must have found a stockpile of sealed barrels somewhere.
Half clip there.
0. Active terminal detected.
Transmit any data you recover, so we can try to figure out what Black Tusk is up to.
An agent needs assistance.
One job behind us.
Vital signs critical.
Alright, cross. Oh, I missed that earlier. Well, we'll get you in on the next one if you want to. Well, the next up we're gonna go to the title. We'll just reform and just get rid of our dead weight here, kind of. Our anchors. If you already have your in-game name for me, then I'll invite you in after this one. You just put it in the chat.
Keep an eye out for any Black Tusk intel.
Spawn there. It is Warhunter. Oh. I'm gonna try for now. Back spawn here always. There's one guy, but I don't know already. Let's turn that into some sledges as well. Is that a chem launcher? That is indeed. I mean, the one, what I'm using? Basically, I have Fire Eclipse at the moment. And for Fire Eclipse, my preference is very strongly to the fire cam over sticky or anything like that.
There's a map of the tunnel system here. Looks like we were right about their intentions.
Try seeing a hit launcher. They're just there to give us a little bit better scaling. We get more loot out of it. But yeah, for the next one, we'll get one day in here, and I won't matchmake for title because people don't know how to do it. You just make it harder than it needs to be for everybody involved. Set that guy on fire. It's already gonna get the key chest here before I forget. I should save these grenades. Doesn't mean it.
Move and fire!
Serious trauma detected.
Get to the plaza.
Because yeah, basically they're extra directives for us, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll get you invited in. After this boss fight, we'll get reformed. I almost forgot that we're invaded, of course. Also, actually, I'll do a heal here.
Secure the area, agent.
Got out of range.
Exiting contaminated area.
I only have one grenade. Let's not waste it on this.
That sniper seems determined to deprive you of viable cover.
Check for the side spawn. Sorry, this happened. Nate's thing is as well. Ross is helping out by being a good teammate and actually spreading my fire. The other two are not really helping out that way. Because the one things we do want to do is, you know, if we can. If something's on fire generally, it's best to shoot that. There's also up to the Eclipse player, like in randoms. It's quite a bit about getting it underneath enemies or setting enemies on fire that you kind of go like, yeah, they're gonna. That's likely what other people are gonna shoot.
The Black Tusk are smarter and more ambitious. Your actions here prevented a major.
Kind of curious what are random that was there from the start. Okay, yeah, they didn't contribute much. Like not that, because here as well, I'm just one skill. If I had my hive, I can do a lot more damage, man. Oh yeah, of course it is. Yeah, let's reform across, and then we'll also get
You have
one in here. And yeah, if anybody else wants to join us, we're gonna go to title next, which is gonna be part of the weekly, which is also like the final part I need for the weekly. Actually gone to here already. Plays with Division way back, but now it's Division 2.
another agent is now in your group.
Division 1 is less forgiving. Overall, yeah, you don't have the revive hive and such there, but you have, and yeah, the enemies are definitely a lot more. Yeah, chunky and stuff. You don't have the quick kills on some things, which knowledge can help. Yeah, let's take the 5 again, right? Sure, maybe for this one, just do it with modifiers instead, and just I'll go combat medic. That might be a better. About 30 minutes. I'll go. Oh, yeah, that's yeah. Let's maybe do it. Yeah, do it with modifiers and then auto combat medic. Because with modifiers will beat it faster than with Eclipse. Oh yeah, I'm set up correctly. Whatever, is there any? Oh yeah, if anybody else wants to join us, we won't matchmake for this
We need to
one. We'll
retrieve
just
the
run a
antivirus before
3-man.
Black Tusk can move them somewhere safer. Head down into the sinkhole and locate the maintenance pump room. We rigged explosives there that should get you inside the perimeter once you detonate them.
Get this loot at the start. Oh, and Heather Lampress, and also thank you so much for subscribing there. As always, much appreciated. Thank you for enabling my crippling addiction to buy all the apparel. That's usually where those funds go to, but yeah, very much appreciated, and yeah, thank you. And hey there as well.
Okay, now find the detonator. The explosion should cause a cave-in that'll put you just inside the wall of the base.
Let's see if I get this right for once. Last few times I've been a step too forward. I mean, this is way too far back. This is gonna be like, oh, I don't know, my toe was in it. So. And then we should actually kill this guy, although... Oh, he didn't actually die. The Stellite even saved him from from the fire killing him. Normally, if it isn't the Warhound there, it will actually just die. And yeah, that lets us have some starting ammo. Interesting, the Stellites are even applied to like game applied fire. Something will come out. And then we can go on. And again, if anybody wants to join us, let me know. We do have a spot free. Most likely we'll do this mission and then maybe
source detected.
do.
That sounds promising.
I think maybe we'll do summits or countdown. Let's see what people are up for. Keep thinking about pulling out my cam, but yeah, no longer claps. Kinda you, not very useful. I'll heal us in between whenever we're kind of out of combat. So. And yeah, here
Look for a terminal that you can
we can
patch Isaac
already
into.
blow that up. Oh, somebody already do it? No. I think that shot's missed. It's always very annoying.
Enemy transmission intercepted.
Oh, we don't have to go to this
This
side.
is Wyvern. Prep the helos. We need to get these antivirals out of here. The division
Yeah, let's
is
get the
inside
loot
the
upstairs as
compound.
well.
You need to make sure none of those
And of
birds get
course.
airborne.
And the rest see a key.
Wonder what that unlocks.
There's our awesome.
Keep an eye
Just
out.
here. Some more loot there. Then we just hop on down and break our knees. The entire team is down, Manny. What did they do? They jumped off of a second floor balcony like idiots. And everybody broke their shins and
Containers are ready for pickup. What's the status on those
already
helos?
shattered their
Gonna be a
ankles.
few more minutes. We're working on it.
Shit, copy that.
Find a way to keep those helicopters grounded.
Yeah, it's one of those places. These choppers aren't that important. We just want to make sure we murder everything else. Oh, you don't have to shoot because the choppers as well. There's a barrel by them. If you want to destroy them, you can just shoot that, like literally one shotgun. Generally, just shoot at the enemies first. I'll go kill that chopper. Shots on there. That'll be a lot of wasted shots otherwise.
Wyvern, the helo's out of commission.
There's always a barrel next to them, and shooting that is
This
insta-kill.
situation needs to get locked down. Now. See to it personally.
Copy that.
Sounds like you're gonna need all the help you can get.
I'm gonna leave my hive
Support team
back
is
there at the
standing
start
by,
of the next
but
one.
you'll need to figure out a way to get them through the
do a
main
super
gate.
challenge. Or it'll get reset to me. I think we'll get far enough away. And let's get the one back here as well. Supercharge here to bring my hive over, basically.
I've got your 6.
That pulse now is damage buff, which is nice. They're healing up. Healing on this combat mode is
Pinned down by
definitely
turrets at the main gate. Find a way
a
to
little
disable them.
better. But if that is worth all of the damage we're giving up, Actually, I'm gonna set up here. This will be long range.
We've been compromised. Reinforce the main gate sector.
Our peeps are just getting into position. A lot of starlights. They're likely spawning on the other side already. Move over here. And by the look of things, most of it spawned that side. Well, nowadays, it used to mostly spawn on the other side. But nowadays, I feel it does it much more. On both sides. Although this might be just facing based. Wouldn't surprise me if it was. And then here as well, modifiers with a little bit of by the teeth. Okay. That's a warhound.
I'm ready to open the gate as soon as the area is secure. Now locate those antivirals. As soon as you
make sure
retrieve
we
them,
get all
send
our
up a flare to
loots.
signal the support team. We'll stand by here and cover your ass.
Yeah, one of the builds I'm considering actually pulling over to this account, and I might give up some one of the headhunters, or maybe. Although actually no, I like all 4 of them. Maybe I'll give up the explosive build. That's more likely the better option.
Okay,
What am I having the
listen up.
bestie over here?
Plan B. We'll transport the antivirals by hovercraft. I want these cylinders on separate vessels.
Intercept those cylinders.
Well, I kind of have the
We
pieces
can't
in
let
my
Black Tusk
stash
get away
if
with
I
a
were
single
to.
sample.
But I don't have the Lengmo pieces, of course. I do have like a glass red. And then nowadays we can only jump down there. All the loot.
Cold storage device detected.
That's got to be the antivirals.
Yeah.
We're bringing a cylinder on board now.
Going in.
Get that jammer. Pads are not the best tool for mid-range, long-range stuff. They work out. We're gonna hit prime time here. Well, actually, against those enemies, it's long range. But I got to kill the heavy pretty quickly. And actually, yeah, now prime time is in my way. So, sledge is always very annoying.
Additional cold storage device detected nearby.
Get that second antiviral cylinder. The support team will secure the first cylinder in the meantime.
What they'll do, run as modifiers and meta choices, or is it preference? Overall, there is, if you want to unlock basically all 3 actives. All 3 actives have their moments. Reversal is pretty good for close range build. Prime time, like I have here, is kind of okay for like mid-range builds and kind of easier to use. But then all out is actually one of the most powerful ones. You have to trigger it with a kill though, so it's oftentimes it's just too much of a hassle basically. So I go prime time. And then the really good picks are especially Liability, which is the close range extra damage one. Retribution, which is the mid-range extra crit chance one. And then By the Teeth, which is the long range super damage basically. As long as you're doing body shots basically.
Request denied. We can't risk those
But then
antivirals.
situationally, you also have Impatient, which can be very powerful. Which is extra RPM, but for instance, in combination with prime time, bringing it to mid-range, making it much more. And together as well, it takes away max size and stuff, but like, let's say you're running a bullet king and you don't have max size. So yeah, there's like stuff like that. And then Tapper is really good for headhunting builds, which is the headshot one but reduced body shot damage. and persistence. But yeah, liability, retribution by the teeth is kind of just a general red builds thing. And then you can give retribution up, for instance, for persistence, which like has just nice bonuses, or the 2 weapon handling ones. Well, there's one stability one mid-range, and there's a weapon handling one short range. Those can be used as well, but basically by the teeth is kind of mandatory. That's the thing that is really carrying on.
Copy that. Good work.
Portable canister detected nearby.
That's kind of as well how we use the active, like with reversal for short range builds. We're switching long range and short range basically, and because of that, then by the teeth is suddenly short range. So then we can use it with, you know,
That helicopter took out the turbine.
shotgun builds or
Fucking
SMG
stranded.
builds.
Wyvern, you need to exfil on foot right fucking now. We need those goddamn antivirals.
You want me to run away? I thought you knew me better than that.
This is an order, Wyvern. Wyvern, you copy.
Get on board the hovercraft and secure the rest of the antivirals. The support team will protect the cylinders.
And yeah, really the only dangerous enemies remaining is Stellites, like these guys. They just take forever to kill. So, they can catch you out. Because, yeah, the enemy modifiers, they took out the shock, which, yeah, definitely was a good choice on their part. Like, that didn't need to be there. But they also, requital, like these guys, they made it basically not as dangerous at all anymore. Modifiers overall are just a big boost, basically. Except for the few rooms where you get some Stellite enemies. Anyways.
Get those rocket launchers prepped.
Talk to me, Wyvern. What are you doing?
Might still
I'm
on
gonna
main
blow up the
account at some
motherfucking
point
White House.
make a real
Are
attempt
you
at
out of your
getting that
goddamn
addressed
mind?
here.
We need to cripple these assholes. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Doing multiple characters
Christ, she's insane.
running title
Agent, do whatever
every
you can
day.
to prevent the launch of those rockets.
The Adressia is normally just the starting weapon for getting the Nemesis
Rocket launchers are loaded.
kind of quest kind of going.
Stand
But
down.
yeah, you can
Negative,
get
sir.
duplicate
I
ones
refuse.
basically and stuff. But yeah, it's not recalibratable, so you kind of need it to. It can be optimized, but it can be recalibrated. So let's get this started. Also, here at the start, just leave the generators. We'll kill everybody else.
See the fireworks?
I wonder if when she respawns, if she'll have Stellite
Won't
again.
be disappointed.
Let's see. Actually, I don't think they keep the entity. So,
Target locked.
but yeah, we want to clear out all the
Initiating
ads.
launch sequence.
Because yeah, one of the things that
Jesus Christ.
is actually
Everyone,
not
this
in
is not
our
a drill.
favor
We need to evacuate the building right now. Repeat, this is
is
not a
going
drill.
after the Jennies way too much. Randoms it usually. Because yeah, we can blow them up basically after we're set up. We have a minute. This as well. Let's go. I'm gonna go set up on this side. So we can set up on there. Alright, let's blow them up now. We have no regen here, but yeah, it will be. Actually, if you guys want to sit on that side, like I can cam you from here. Like, it's actually not a bad idea to not be all on one side. Braz just made it here. Just the delay get there. Unless you want to be on this side. This guy. I'm not your real dad. You can do what you want.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
So we need to get that shock to 30 variant. But on that one, the rockets,
Hope
you
that I
can just
remember killing
get them
you.
right away.
It's been a while since I could say that about anyone.
The next wave isn't contingent on that.
Come to save the day, huh? But you're a real goddamn hero.
Actually, here she'll be unimmune in a little bit.
Enough small talk.
No. At least I don't have a firepower.
Taking serious heat here.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
No one here.
Agent down.
I can get you there.
Rocket launch backup power
Oh, you're
activated.
crawling
Launch
away from me.
sequence initiated.
Because I could get you there, actually. Yeah, watch out behind us. Anyway, we do want to get the... We want to get these. That's kind of the reason we want to have that upper side there. Nah. In some way. Where are you?
Hostile, back up!
I'm making a run. Affirmative. Do not let them get around us. They're on me. Done for.
System disrupted. Serious trauma detected.
Hi. Oh yeah,
System
launcher.
restored. An agent needs assistance.
Didn't think. Get out of there. Completion.
Starting to piss me off. Quick and painless is no longer an option for you.
Target's not dead.
Agent down.
And there's a medic out there. It's like
UAV's
very
going
stuff.
out.
She does. I don't need to not be bunched together like that. Yeah, watch out for the dog wave. Just now. Need one of these dogs to be
Immediate medical
exploded.
assistance needed.
Ah, yeah.
Agent down.
We didn't do too great there. Let's actually bunch up on this side and kind of hold this zone. Because yeah, there's shenanigans we're going to do to get the other sides, man. But yeah, we kind of got too focused on the wrong things there.
Here to see the fireworks? You won't be disappointed.
But first we'll clear out this again. This time at least they don't have starlights.
Initiating launch sequence.
Everyone, this is not a drill.
Don't worry about
We need
it.
to evacuate the
This
building
is
right now. Repeat,
not the easiest
this is
mission
not a drill.
anyway. We've all been there. Place to learn, place to grow.
If you don't stop those rockets from launching, a lot of people are gonna die. And one of them is gonna be me.
Yeah, let's clear these up. But now let's just bunch up here. I'll blow up the other sides now. Now you can just shoot it from where you are. Oh, okay. Because we didn't need this gun. But yeah, let's bunch up there. Indeed. Yeah, I was basically jammed that whole time. But I'll try.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
No one. Oh, we got the back. The front is just shootable from there. One of your shoots it.
I'm gonna remember killing you. It's been a while since I could
So
say
here,
that
for
about
a little
anyone.
bit, she's actually not immune. If we set up a
Come to
little bit
save the
further, we
day,
have
huh?
fire
You're a
plate
real
actually.
goddamn hero. Enough small talk.
We're gonna get this thing right, but yeah, she'll be immune again. Don't focus her too much. Actually, she's not immune. Maybe we do focus her.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Wyvern, what's your status? Wyvern, come in. Wyvern.
I'm gonna put a few charges on this. I'll go for the back there in a sec. I'll put my high down here.
Rocket launch backup power activated. Launch sequence initiated.
Yeah, one of you guys shoots the front there. Supercharging. So need it for this as well. This one's dice. There we go. A lot smoother. Really? Can't. Out of range. Just need to pick up the antiviral.
The antiviral cylinders are secure.
Clear
We'll make sure they
for
get safely extracted.
finishing the mission. Yeah, one that I got there. T-Rex Black. In the,
Sir, we've got enemy helicopters on approach.
as a-
Should we knock them down? Negative. Hold your fire.
as an item, which is, yeah, you get that for your first heroic idol
Well, that's a
clear.
bit of luck. Agent, you managed to secure the antivirals and shut down a key Black Tusk stronghold. Not to mention preventing a rocket attack on the base of
Nothing.
operations.
that
Incredible
being
work, Agent.
sarcastic, or-
Truly incredible. But there's still more to do.
In a real way. Kind of like this end boss fight always. It's kind of hectic. Let's make sure we get all our leads. And then we got the project completed there as well. Getting the weeklies in. Yeah, let's take this over to the White House. Let's get cleaned up here. And then we'll see what we wanna go do from there. So robot is fun and group. Oh yeah, I wouldn't want to solo legendary that one either. Ever really. But yeah, it actually does have a few
Thanks for your business.
cool fights. Pump that one in, and we'll need a few M45s.
An agent is no longer in your group.
Right, yeah, and yeah, cross at you. Jump out, which yeah, he is. But then yeah, I know one that if you're sticking around, hey, really? I think, yeah. I think I was running the wrong chest there. I think I forgot to put in my Jessica chest. Don't tell anybody. Nobody knows, so. Because yeah, that build needs to be loaded, and then a piece needs to be put in it, which I think I forgot. Would have cost me a ton of damage there, actually. Yeah, let's get ourselves cleaned up all the way.
Thanks for the business.
So let's see, what is my checkpoint in Summit on this count? Oh, 41. Okay. Now, you up for some summits? One? So you're
Glad to
cleaned
see
up.
you, Agent.
Guards are requested to remain at their posts.
So we'll take just the standard 4 directives there. Nice and easy. Alright. Give you a little bit of time to get cleaned up. Oh, yeah, once you're all, let me know. Well,
I could eat a horse.
take us out. 2K saved up here as well. Actually, in the meantime, let me go check. What did Descent become?
Combat simulation program active.
Greed. Yeah, greed isn't that great, sadly.
Another agent has joined your group.
Oh, we're rejoining. Yeah. Yeah, let's take it out to the summit. Get our summit project in as well. Get that done. And I'll just run tech tank here. I could have ended. Are you on PC as well, Matthew? On because there's no cross-play, sadly. But if you have just your in-game name for me, yeah, you could join us.
We need you to secure a skyscraper.
Because I could
This may
invite you
take
with
a
that.
while. Hope you cleared your schedule.
Yeah, that's the normal 4. Also as well, let me quickly check if I have any challenges remaining. Just some of the standard ones. And then we'll just run these simple 4 directives, which lets us run whatever builds we kind of want, kind of whatever style we like, without needing anything too special. Alright, yeah, let me. I need a gate out. Yeah, let me do that. What that is. Well, let's go up actually, because that'll save them a loading screen. Oh, you're still loading up. Okay, yeah, let's go upstairs, and then I'll get them in when they're. Try again in a second. Okay, what is being ran here? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, Negotiator. Oh no, another tech tank. Yeah, let me know when you're in, Matthew, and then. Yeah.
Hostile striker drone detected.
As in, we're gonna go do the 15 floors here. Let me just double check that my. Yeah. Well, actually, on this one, it's saved, of course. We can already start kind of clearing this.
Hostile drone detected.
Likely they'll be loaded up before we finish a floor, and then. Well, even as well, if we need like one more floor. I'll just do that. Anyway, we want to rush in and get these triggered. And once it's kind of triggered, Oh, make sure to actually hit the laptop, please. What is it? This doesn't end until we have.
Agent needs assistance.
Because in here, in Summit, generally we want to do the objective. Because once this is 100, everything becomes fine.
Terminals accessed.
We want to hit those as soon as possible. Oh, it's double invite. I know, of course, we're checking every corner for the key. Let's actually wait for them to load up.
Another agent is now in your group.
Just out of curiosity, what is being ran here? Ah, little striker. Yeah, let's get going. I'm actually gonna play it right and just actually stack my breaker stacks a little bit. Also, I should swap my active from prime time to reversal. I'll use it. And enemies with Stellite take a few hands. You know what, with us being 4, maybe. Well, there's actually also up to OD. If we're buffing 4 people, then it's kind of worth it. That's because of then as well, I'll have a pulse. Yeah. Pulse away. Oh wait, was there already in B? Oh, actually, it went OD already. I'll go something else. I'll just go striker. There. Something with a pulse. Well, fix that out. Yeah, did you guys get the crate right there? Yeah. Is it in now? Because the pulse is very handy in here.
Agent incapacitated.
And we don't have cool skills or anything here, so I just work.
Agent down.
Yeah, we tried sitting on that door.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, quick heal saving me 2 times.
An agent needs assistance.
My fragile is bugged already. Quite often bugs when swapping builds a bunch. But we can fix that in between. Yeah, yeah, we actually did it pretty quickly. Yeah, there's yeah, we did record character 5. One nice thing as well with Pulse, we know there's a dog there, so we're gonna prioritize getting that in a second. So we do want the extra loots.
System reactivated.
Yeah, but yeah, went pretty smooth. Although as well, it's been like doing it for a few other characters helped quite a bit with that. In the corner there. Let's grab it before moving forward before I forget. You will play Division 1 again and make videos. Definitely will play it here and there again. I quite often, once in a few months, we'll go back in. Sometimes as well, when there's maintenance and stuff, we'll have like an afternoon of Division 1. And likely as well, actually, when the 5 times XP hits, I'm either gonna do that or kind of see when we get closer to it. I'll either play again Division 1 because I don't play Division 2 during the 5 times XP. I might do this time a little bit for third accounts hardcore, but not so much. If I'm gonna get the rich one. Oh, actually, I could do that in there. Let's see what getting you rich me. Was that not indeed farming anything in particular? Could actually use some chest parts anyway. So it's not even a problem. But yeah, generally videos on it, like I've made a video on it of just like, hey, consider revisiting it too. But yeah, likely not actual, you know, like build guides or stuff like that. That's not like build showcases. One of the things is as well, I do have a goal in there, and that is to get, there is a piece that I've been hunting for quite a while and haven't gotten yet, which is a striker, classified striker backpack. I don't actually have a full striker setup in Division 1, which I definitely have been missing out, of course, because of that. Oh yeah, we got the key right here. Also, yeah, in a second, we'll do it by the elevator. I'll just grenade myself to reset my... Oh, is yours broken as well in Rage? Or have you just not tried to heal? These are fragile armor bug that. Okay, so the easiest way is just, yeah, what we generally do. So we can just go down to lobby, reset it, but the easier way is just, I'm going to toss my hive there. I'm going to pull out an explosive grenade, and I'm just going to grenade myself. It's kind of harder when you're not full red. But anyway, if somebody can pick me back up.
Agent down.
Because it just resets that. So now, if I heal, it goes away. But yeah, it's kind of harder with a tech tank because you have too much armor for one grenade. But then maybe get downed against some enemies in a second on in this first room. Also, this elevator door, a little misaligned. It's going into the wall. Basically, get downed at some point and grab you up, and that'll fix it up as well. Is Eclipse in heroic solo effectively? It's not per se a solo build. You can, and you can make it pretty effective. Putting a firewall on it, putting a capacitor on it. It still adds parts, kind of, yeah. It runs into just being very slow against, you know, a bunch of heavies and stuff like that. It definitely can. But yeah, it's much better as a group support.
Terminal and hostile control.
Ecclesi.
Got him! I need a fresh blade in here.
Love the servers. Get your hands out. Everything will be spawned. So there's resources in. Check all the corners and move on in.
Be cool.
And a pulse in here is always very handy. I mean, everywhere is handy, but especially in Summit where they, you know, where it's not predictable spawns. There's no way to
I have them in my sights.
know where they're spawning.
System curtailed. System back online. System malfunctioning. System reactivated.
Just check that the key isn't back here, because that room is fake. Even though it has a door. Can't get in there. One second, let me catch you. Spent tournament taken down a bank bounty.
Accessing server.
Oh, yeah.
Field terminals detected nearby.
Especially as well, like the armor plate stuff is kind of nice with this, with Division 2. And let's make sure we get all of the laptops along the way. I'm gonna go get this one. I should trigger prime time here. Things in mid-range, so. Let's get that Forward one.
Terminal controlled.
Just gonna key check this. This, and then go up. As I do want to get the key. That's always nice to get. To get to us for the big ones because we've done. Okay, yeah, just the bat. Yeah. Hey, Division 1 definitely at parts kicked my ass. I actually did kind of like a playthrough not too long ago. We just went basically had a character. Actually, no, we took it all the way from 1. I think in the end we just reset that character. So. But yeah, I did basically a 1 to 30. Although we skipped world tiers in the end just because, yeah, I had, of course, had the ability to just grab gear from my main character and just put it on them. So we just did 1 to 30 and not the world tiers. But definitely in a few spots, it did actually become a hard fight. Although Division 2 can do it as well. There's a crate back here. Let's go too far. And then we got the key as well. Though my brain is still checking the corners automatically. Some of these corridor fights are generally pretty easy as they are mostly red enemies.
Server terminal detected.
Oh, actually, when there's no enemies, it's best to just wait till we can get both at the same time. Yeah, so, exactly. No, the enemies don't spawn until we touch it. Once we touch it, we'll basically go faster.
Terminal accessed.
That was something else there. A good thing we have the key. We don't have to search all around here. Right, yeah, let's go upstairs. Yeah, hostile lieutenant. Means there's a boss at the end of it. Raining. Interesting. Yeah, sometimes the initial elevator, especially if you load over, it can be weird. I've also had it be full of fog sometimes. There's another door back there. What did it need? Let's see, the interwebs is back. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday was kind of annoying that it cut out Although it turns out that, yeah, I actually had received a mail saying that that was going to be the case. So
Incoming.
I could have known, but yeah, I wasn't paying attention to it. What was it? They were just doing maintenance things. But yeah, it kind of came in a bad moment. And that's another 3 floors down. Actually, here as well, there's a crate on the left before we go to the big box on the right. A little bit of extra loot. I don't know what the conditions are for the Warhound convoy in total to keep spawning. So let me just 1-2 wave just now at. Yeah, so if there is in their spawn point, if a Warhound spawns, no, not a mini tank spawns with its controller. If you kill the controller with and the mini tank stays alive inside of the door, that seems to cause basically infinite spawns to kind of happen. It's not infinite; it'll eventually end still, but it's basically if you get a mini tank in there and you don't want it to end, then yeah, you just leave the mini tank alive, and it will spawn quite a bit as you find it. But yeah, the thing is, it doesn't always spawn a mini tank, of course, so it's not a guarantee. But yeah, with 4 waves into, oh well, 3 waves spawning in there, you know, it's a pretty likely that a mini tank spawns.
Rogue agent
detected. Rogues. What is already set up as? Kill 2 people already pretty tanky. Oh. Yeah, let's just go BIV here. Let's be the real upfront guy. And yeah, let's just kind of push him, but also, yeah, watch out for the skills and stuff. And we want to kind of shoot everybody, kind of go for the same one. Okay.
I'll get that agent.
For as much as we can.
Hostile explosive trap detected.
Try to keep him busy.
Hostile striker drone detected.
Load that up. Watch out for skills, especially. Skills can be very dangerous. And
An agent needs assistance.
get that hive down like that.
Agent down.
That is as well. Oh wait, that thing get you.
Gotta reload.
Gotta become disrupted as I'm kind of. This war anticipating mine.
Little help. Up. Damn it.
The last one, right? Okay.
Rogue agent eliminated.
That one I'll share. Go back to Striker after. As a BFE kind of guarantees a clear, even though it might not be the fastest way. Also have a lefty here if somebody needs one, which is kind of, you can just put detox on it and it's maxed out. I'll drop it by the next door. Before I forget. save some optimization. Although that, not that those things are rare. It's worth having. It's been actually a while since I've just been a red build, just to be a red build as well. Kind of fun. When I decide to kill them, yeah. So many things will also just self-deconstruct after a long enough time without their owner. That's usually what ends it as well. But yeah, if you just leave it alive, then you can have. If you want to, you can have a ton of, yeah. That's actually a very handy trick as well for if you need black dust. Although, well, we don't have leagues anymore that have that, so it's no longer really a thing. From the heavy in place. But that's also a thing that just a lot of people often don't keep in their repertoire, is just remembering that, yeah, you can use your grenades and stuff. Especially at the start of fights. That's right. We're just a little bit more to the right than I thought. Oh. Nice. Grabbing the lids, and on we go.
Let's stay high!
Watch out here, though. Spawn behind us.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
I've been health gated already, so I need to watch out. What else have we got? We got a murder there. Also, I should just track this on screen. Oh yeah, actually we're doing a bunch of hostiles bled because of the because of the OD. Yeah, watch out here, they'll spawn to our side in a second. You can go over here and on here. Like if there's another wave, that would catch him. That's unusable. And Heather Plum. And yeah, I'm doing pretty good. We're just finishing up some weeklies, including, for instance, here the summit. Second decant. Forget as well, I just recorded their video, build collection update video, basically. Just before that as well. So
Destroyed.
we got those out of the way, so I'm happy about that.
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
How can I not? Oh, okay. It's because of the rest. But yeah, everything good too as well. I'm looking forward to the weekends. Oh yeah, actually tomorrow I won't be around as I'll be working. As that quite often happens on the weekends for me. But I'll of course be back on Sunday and we'll continue on then. Oh yeah, next week as well we have Reanimated coming up. And likely though, this time again with the 5 times XP, I'll likely be not playing Division 2, but basically as long as it's 5 times XP. Well, also I have to see actually, so it starts definitely on Friday. That's when the timer is set. But yeah, I'll likely either thinking either we go to Division 1, which is the most likely case.
Medical assistance needed. Agent down.
Got the edge, man. Wait, was there something else? Oh, was there assault drone? Might have been it. Cool.
Agent down.
Just working out. Marker, damage multiplied, so if I was using a checkpoint, yeah. Yeah, so it's basically, yeah, indeed. It's each of them is multiplying to each other and not adding to it. That's also why it's always funny to me when like people go, I've got glass and vigilance, so I have 55%, which is no. They're multiplicative to each other. That's the whole point of that term, means that they're multiplying each other. And yeah. And you need to deal with them that way. You need to. Let's put on Steady Stepper. Anyway, we have a boss floor here. Let's go. Do floor 50 in a sec. Although, how is HF 1. Oh, keep in mind that the 2 amps in, so the amps of Hunter's Fury, because yeah, those are actually separate amps, first of all. So the 20% is not in the same pool as the 25. And then actually that 25 isn't 25, it's 5 stacks of 1.05s. So in the end, it's a 1.2 times a 1.5 times a 1.5 times a 1.5 times a 1.5 times a 1.5. So 5 of those. And then times 1. The other ones. 1.2 obliterate and 1.75. And yeah, here let's run up the left side. If you guys follow me up basically in a second. We'll just spawn cap them, kind of. So yeah, we'll push up here on the left side and just mug it. This is kind of the smart way of dealing with it here. Oh yeah, watch out, that Rex is stay down there. Because in a second here as well, we can spawn camp them as they come out. Works pretty well.
signs critical.
Fuck! Grenade! Take cover!
Oh,
Agent out of action.
I have a hag side. It's fine. Anyway, watch out, they'll spawn from that same door in a second as well. So let's stand in front of it. Because this way it's much faster. We just deal with them quickly. Some loot downstairs, so let's get down. So no, and a 3.04 or 3 point whatever multiplier would be 200%, because you always start with 100%. That 100% is always there. So a 100% increase would be 2.0 multiplier. And then like a 200% increase would be a 3 multiplier, and so on and so on. The multiplier is always basically an plus 1. 1 plus. Multiple separately, yeah. Is there a special guy using the values to get the maths and defense? Yeah, I mean, I have my own basically calculators, although they're mostly just also as well. They're set up to have multiple builds and then compare them. So there's a damage count. No, that's defense. I'll put it in both chats there for those curious. But those are the calculators I mostly use. But mostly it's that multi-calculator where you can compare a bunch of builds against each other. And then you just put in the separate ones. The one thing you have to remember is for the Hunter's Fury one. Actually, I'm gonna quickly turn off fragile armor and then turn back on. That will fix whoever has issues with it at the moment. That one you need to basically do 1.05 to the power of 5, basically, as a calculation, or just put that into Google and you get like a 27 something, and you can put that in as a, because you can consolidate them as a, basically. So no dance. Oh yeah, I went down actually. Yeah, with that one, unless we have like CC with us, it usually goes like that. Let's see. When you play 5 times XP, generally I feel it devalues the rest of my playtime. Like if I play the 5 times XP, the 3 times XP already has that. Like the week after the 3 times XP, it doesn't feel great to like play the mission, honestly. Because like drugs are a lot of fun, but also yeah, coming down from drugs is
Airborne toxins at unsafe levels. Filters failing.
Isn't the greatest.
Air filter function restored. Air quality.
So generally, the last time 5 times XP was around as well, I just played mostly Division 1. It's only also for a weekend anyway. Well, actually, I think I'm free that entire weekend though. Last time as well, I was away for like 2 days anyway, so it was just 1 day. But don't take that as well to mean that, you know, I like don't play during the this is just me being, you know, particular and yeah. Well, I still might. The thing is, though, I might just spend it on third accounts hardcore that time. Oh, there's a second gem. Thought we had them all. And these things are the line of sight. So yeah, if you are in the circle, basically, not in line of sight. Basically, whenever jams, just find yourself some cover. But I'm not a fan of the 5 times or 3 times for 1,000 levels. Like, I would have been fine with it if it was just for 100 levels. You would get a decent boost out of it. I'll make it even 1,000 levels for maybe new players. Up to 1,000. But yeah, just 1,000 levels, like, not my thing. I don't want to overdo it as well. I can definitely in 3 days get like the 200 levels you would need for that. I don't want, not when it's kind of mandatory. I don't mind grinding for myself, but I do mind when it's kind of forced upon me. The downside of it though is it's bad. Like it's for the game's much more popular.
Server terminal detected.
During those days. Actually, nothing spawned. Let me get all the way to the end and then get there. Okay. I'm ready to sit up there. Yeah. And the key there. And it's always just around the corner. Go for this heavy. One of the things with pulses as well, even if blinded and stuff, you're very, especially now when it's you know, blind to black basically instead of blind to white. We have the key already, so we don't need to key check too much. Even though I'm still looking around every corner, of course. That doesn't change.
There.
Objective. Dangerous things up there. Ow.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That was my face.
An agent needs assistance.
And these both in the supply, or like the supply station ones where you hack it, and both in the ones that were destroyed, it spawns still a bunch of waves always. Am I bugged? I'm not bugged. Still checking for. And there's a extra room here. I generally watch out shooting doors with unsuppressed weapons because yeah, that does aggro. In the next room quite often. That's usually why you see me pull out my pistol and use that. Side up this. Stellite enemies are nice and nice for stacking, although yeah, they did just take longer to kill, of course. But here as well, the modifier helping quite a bit with speed. Still weirded out by how many people go like, there's no benefits for the modifier. Like, there's definitely downside, but there's also benefits. It's like, oh, it doesn't do more XP. No, but you can clear so much faster, and that gives you more XP. As long as well for solo stuff, like if you are willing to run the tournament against the tournament setups are so much easier with the modifier on them. Because all of that shenanigans we do for Habsburg version to kind of start on elite, the modifier can just start. Oh, we've completed our tactical challenge. We can grab a new one. Anyway, we just need 2 more floors, but we'll do all 3, right? Just get the full set in. It doesn't have the commendation yet. Well, actually, on this account, I don't have the commendation, but also I'm not going to go for it. Because there's a summit commendation for opening up a ton of those. I think it's 300 even. Nothing useful here. No. Let's take it on up. But yeah, during that 5 times XP, whether go Division 1, kind of considering maybe Warframe as well. Because I've been meaning to jump into Warframe, but yeah. Haven't yet, basically. Also, I've had enough to do on Division. There hasn't been much time anyway. Or I was thinking there's another game that I've just been playing kind of in the background as well and stuff. It's, and maybe just showcasing that a little bit, which is Open Transporter Tycoon Deluxe Open TTT.
Automated turrets detected.
Turrets. Shots in. We want to get the objective if we can. I'm gonna make sure I don't just forget about enemies. No, I kind of did there. And this one, there's like a little gap here we can shoot through, although it's really tiny.
Terminal destroyed.
It also brings an end to the spawn, so I think ever, what do you call a fake impasta? Did you just recently become a dad or something, Funky? I feel you're just you just
EMP jammer detected nearby.
all in on the dad jokes. And one of the things with the killer jammer as well is that it increases in range as it jams. The first jam is very short range, so we can kind of just gonna make sure that my head isn't exposed when it goes off.
destroyed.
Oh, there's one. Some we're down. Already going around checking for key.
Accessing server. Field terminals detected nearby.
Oh, okay. So yeah, we can start them all together. I'll take the back one. Oh no. Yeah. I'll just be the free person. I'll help cover this set. That usually is gonna be the most dangerous one.
This is way too personal.
Those kind of ranges, it wouldn't be worthwhile getting any shots from
Immediate
you.
medical assistance needed.
Nice. I did whatever one I had set there already. This person was like this. Yep. And indeed it is. That's the bigger downside of it, is it is per person. It is only the person opening the box. That's usually as well why you see us kind of hovering around it. So for instance,
Nearby hostage situation detected.
on main account I already have it, so I generally let other people go for it. Let's go for healing. Was in that apparently. Either the guy who needs some incentives to come out again. And there we got it. Did everybody get that cash? Yeah, they said Enraged did. Okay. I think actually, how do I even say it? I'll go with Block. They already had theirs likely. But yeah, let's finish one more floor. So we've done a 3-floor section. Might as well get that reward in. GQ block. Okay. That was delayed there. that's the key in the corner. It's actually almost looked like it was just a pillar or something. Trigger prime time there. Although yeah, not that useful. The room ended pretty quick. I think actually in the end, on just a red build, prime time is kind of just the easiest. It's just basically if you need by the teeth in mid-range, then you get by the teeth in mid-range. And as well, you have the also liability going up to mid-range, so you have kind of pretty good bonuses that way. Already is nice about we're not like fully coordinated team, but we're kind of, you know, we're together. Is that instead of some of the randoms, like, you know, people are waiting actually for people to get set up.
Hostile assault turret detected.
And then just bum rushing a room. That spot as well, Mortar. Looked like it should connect, but didn't. And yeah, let's open this. Also, yeah, let's open up our exotic caches, and if any of them. Because we can always trade, like if there's already one that I kind of have that I don't want, trade them over. So this might be a custom. I guess nobody needs that per se, right? Is it one of the ways to help? I think Wix was already. They're kind of a convert, and yeah, they're kind of looking for some of the pieces. Hey, and another obliterate chest like the one I have. Man, if this was crit chance, crit damage, I would have been sad. Yeah, we got our completions there. I'll take us back to DC. And then we got another weekly in there.
Safe area entered.
Let's get cleaned up while we are here.
Agent, come check this out.
Also have one shock resist here. Actually, I maybe need this myself, although I likely don't. No. Yeah.
Nice to see you, Agent.
Because even keeping 3 of each of those is no longer really needed. Yeah, somebody wants that shock resist. It's not very useful, but so let's pop all our things and see if there's anything worth keeping or sharing.
business.
Hang on to the M16.
Hello there.
So, put that in the stash. And then yeah, let's see. We have any no gear mod targeted here. Don't have any bounties, but we could get a few. Sadly not invaded, but I see. Backfire there if anybody needs one. Let's see, if you guys are up for it, let's maybe, although yeah, sure to, if somebody wants that one, be sure to pick it up. Oh, because I'll reset, or I'll set directives that will make some of those disappear otherwise. I'm good on all of those. I'm gonna add Desire as well. Okay, so let's take 5 directives. We already had an OD, right? Yeah. Lock is OD. I'll go combat medic to offset for no regen. And others can run what they want. And yeah, let's go maybe run around the gear mod zone here and get some. Well, that will disappear in a second. But let's wait for the timer to end. But what we can do already is maybe. Actually, let's go do that, and then maybe more will spawn there. You can run from the classified there. And yeah, in the end, yesterday as well, we did all of the classifieds on this account. I haven't done them yet on this account. But yeah, it's annoying. It was just annoying that I had to do them on story for the first time clear. So I would actually love to do them on like main accounts. Character 2, 3, and 4 actually don't. I don't have it done on them. The classifieds. I wouldn't mind doing it, but also yeah, doing it on story is kind of. But some of the fights actually I think would be interesting on heroic. Like some of the fights are actually pretty big fights. Just not on story. Yeah, let's get it going. Also, yeah, let's get some ammo going off of this guy. I should open up with one of those. Getting a pistol kill. Some starter ammo there. And let's kill these guys along the way, and yeah, let's go do that propaganda down there.
Gotta move! Take him out. Target took a hit!
Nice. Alright. Might be also a named group here, quite often there is. Especially seeing as we're coming from the summit and we haven't put things on cooldown.
You think God will save you? Guess again. Only the true sons can offer you salvation. Either join us and earn your place in the hidden club, or take your chances and be forgotten.
Right, let's start
Hostile
indeed.
control point detected.
Do you think the division are really serving America? Don't fall for their
Coming from that
lies.
side, that
You're
way
smarter
things.
than that.
Oh no, they're coming from here.
The true sons are fighting to save this country for the common man.
The icons are also nice, just like with global event icons of just letting you know where enemies are. It's always nice with polarity as well. think these guys are part of this. Other side.
Progress halted. Manual override required.
This is a call out to the division. We know you're listening. It's time to pledge your allegiance to the true sons. Join us today, and we will welcome you.
Oh, they got in combat with whatever is up there. Because they don't per se want to deal with the entire control points. I can't loot when
An agent needs assistance.
I'm disoriented. Can you crawl to me, bro? Apparently that didn't say. The big downside is, yeah, disorient. But, oh, I can't climb, of course, while disoriented either. Oh wait, is it hyenas? Ah, that's why they're disoriented. I'll just set them on fire. See if we can sneak this in.
Progress resumed.
Let's maybe disengage from that control point.
Agent down.
Yeah, the disorient is kind of killing us.
Serious trauma detected. Manual override required.
We are getting ready for winter. We are harvesting the veggies and prepping them for storage. We have enough food to feed hundreds of people. And if winter is mild, we should be able to forage for mushrooms and other wild greens.
That zone is Alps, that's not very useful. Does anybody have any heroic bounties here? Because we could go for some of those, maybe. I don't. Otherwise, we'll go and hit the control point. No, actually, somebody did have. Well, let's maybe go do that one. Also, yeah, we'll just go for a little bit longer. Because I can't make it too late tonight, as I have to get up pretty early tomorrow. And likely as well, we have a named group over there, which we should dispatch.
Target is near you, Agent.
Still with these named groups. Schwartz. Lieutenant dead. Let's kill this group while we head in, because these guys will join that fight. We don't.
Hostile control point nearby.
And now let's go for Dragon, Goose, and Dancer. Dragon, Goose, Dancer. It's not our issues. Let's go. All the resources, and yeah, down the corridor is a. There's also a key chest down here. It's best for determined. Overall, the White Death is back in the top spot again. but it isn't also that far ahead that, yeah, some of the magazine-based bolt-action ones, so which handle a little bit better, you could definitely go for them as well. Like, the difference isn't as big as it used to be, like, back in the day with like that to others, or SR1 to others as well.
Nice.
So, but yeah, overall, like, White Death is definitely the hardest hitter. And also, it doesn't have, per se, like, humongous downsides. It handles a little bit worse than some of the others, but it's also not, like, unusably. So, because this reload as well actually got made better. So, yeah, let's head up here and go and fight the next wave.
Shitload of drones ahead. Gonna rip you.
2 minutes with that one. And that goose is about to be still not cooked.
Target neutralized. Good work.
All the way through.
Agent, target spotted.
I understand that there's having extra talent along with bullet hell, exotic talent, having extra talent. So general, if you're wondering, like with like the build setups that we had for I'm just putting this in between the things that like heals you and get through. We have it in there because it will actually it won't help, of course. The bullet hell doesn't care that magazine size anymore. There's a crate back here. That's also this one. Man, just force of habit, have to grab it. In here. But it does. So with a M249, every 100 shots you hit with a Bullet King or with the Bullet King talent, you get magazine size back in ammo. So with the M249, for every 100 hits we get, it would be 100 back in return. But instead of that, it's 200. So that way we don't lose ammo. So that way the magazine of the M249 basically becomes the go-to for just ammo conservation.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Target
the
down.
disorient rounds happening here. There's a little thing here.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, let's maybe go across and... Oh, actually, no, this spits out on the other side. This. Yeah, let's maybe go get the control point. We're not gonna get the... Actually, yeah, let's just head out of here. Let's just walk out of here, get the convoy, and then head up. We can just exit here, but this is on the wrong side of the building, kind of. But we can intercept that convoy this way. And then we'll go hit the control. There's farming gear and skills. Mortar gives you guard roll stats. Overall, the gear mods and such is, of course, like one of the harder things because it's a singular stat. What you'll notice is that, especially items that have multiple stats, you're much more likely for one of them to bingo roll and just max out. They'll spawn here from the side of us, basically. So I'm gonna put my head there. But yeah, that little garage way down.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
But it's also it depends because yeah, the 10 ones are not that rare. It's mostly more the 13 BFE, the armor on kill, the bunch of the other blue ones and such are pretty rare. Something for 9 better than MG5 in the sense, their best LMG choice. So damage wise, the MG5 is better. Ammo conservation wise, as yeah, with that bullet hell talent, the M249 basically will kind of guarantee not to run out of ammo. Then as well, the M249 handles overall kind of, although with both of them with optimized max stat, like we have it with Envy. And on this one, make sure to not call it in, so we're not going to flare. And we have a extra, although we'll just murder them as we do these. There's also extra people there. Okay, basically clear this out. Just watch out pushing in too far because they'll spawn in here. That can end well for the ball. They spawn on both sides.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
You're not going anywhere.
An agent needs assistance. Serious trauma detected.
Not the right way to go.
Damn, feeling all ready?
Keep landing. We've lost one.
Gotta reload.
What happens? Also, the RPK with bullet hell technically is even also higher than MG5. But that, of course, yeah, it has much worse handling. That one is definitely the biggest bloom out of all of them. Oh yeah, let's go get set up because we're gonna go run forward and kind of set up to spawn camp them as they come up. Wait, where are we missing? Somebody isn't here. Oh, you can fast travel to us, because yeah, you can't run all the way. You can just fast travel to us. You can fast travel to allies that are not in combat. You can also respawn on us actually if you get down there. Yeah. But yeah, the M249, like, especially I picked it there, if you're like going off my picture, is especially for the ammo conservation of it. Because yeah, we could jump over there and help, but also maybe better just for them to just come to us, basically. I'm not sure if they're fighting there. Looks like it. Yeah, maybe just, yeah, if you get the chance to respawn, you can respawn on us if you get that fully. That'll be the fastest way here. Because yeah, we go all the way back there, we would have to run all the way back. So. It was like there, yeah, I just got out of that. Yeah, they'll definitely pick up the girls. Yeah, let's go help back there because they seem kind of pinned down. They can't fast travel when they're being shot at. So. Here as well, this will likely be a big fight here because control point is heinous, likely. Also, there might be rogue agents nearby. There's rogue agents. Oh, these guys weren't actually part of this.
Serving America? Don't fall for their lies. You're smarter than that. The true sons are fighting to save
Spawn in the way as well.
common
Check
man.
that.
We are the real Americans.
This might take a little minute. If you can jump over if you want. Just get completion here as well.
Progress halted.
We're doing this one apparently.
Manual override required. Access key.
We can just
detected.
run down there. It's not too far.
The true sons are coming for
We
you.
got the key.
It could be today, it could be tomorrow. Either
Progress.
way,
So we got this that.
stand with us. Or face the cold.
You like that, agent?
Yep.
Vital signs critical. An agent needs assistance.
Let's,
Manual override required.
but yeah, for in the future, yeah, you can just fast travel to allies basically, as long as they're not in combat. So, because you can always respawn, especially if you go down in a worked spot. But then yeah, just fast travel away. Oh yeah, let's just run down the street and go get our thing there. But yeah, let's go get set up all the way at the end of it, and then we'll call it in once we're set up to spawn camp them. Oh yeah, it's gonna marry Nokia. What might I have down here? Yeah, where are these guys? Actually, yeah, we should take care of these guys. They're close enough that they'll be annoying otherwise.
Hostile
Those guys are
control
far
point
enough away.
identified.
And for those that have never seen this, so yeah, they're gonna spawn in a second from these two sewers. I'm just gonna start it now.
Reinforcements
And we're just gonna
en route.
get them
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
as they spawn. Which is much easier and much faster than just doing it otherwise. See how job being too close. Some of those weak points will get hit.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
There we go. Yeah, that's why this control point is always kind of farmable actually this way. And ADV. Stream wedding indeed. I know it takes forever for these guys to get here, so we can just run to back here already. That'll likely also be it for me. We'll get the loot from out of here. So let's get the loot added here, and then we'll round it out. More likely tomorrow at work, I'll have enough time to stitch together a Character 5 video. Although actually, there's a bunch of videos in the pipeline already that will come out as we recorded several of them. I know, I'm gonna do that thing first. And the easy way is to just grab it and then instantly press escape so it just drops to the floor. That way.
Supply room access unlocked.
And the next person can get it too. Oh yeah, let's jump back to the White House gets cleaned up one last time and see if we have anything worth keeping or sharing, and then we'll go a raiding on the Twitch end. We're already gonna start pulling up, seeing if there's anybody we know that we can raid. Okay, I think we'll yeah, likely go with that. I'll check in a second if there's maybe somebody else as well. There's only one person that I'm following. And if nothing else, we got a bunch of printer filament there. It's always nice as well while doing gear mods and stuff. And of course, you might get something good. like a 13 BFE or even 12 crits, of course, and such. That's not usable anymore, sadly. TKBs. Just quickly having a look through who we can read. So if you have a look in the category. Well, actually, yeah, before we even start there, I'm gonna thank Enrage and Black here and Wix or Puma. We'll go with Puma for joining me and helping out there. And yeah, that was nice and smooth as we got our weekly done and also summit done and stuff. So a bunch of things ticked off. But yeah, I'll drop group here. But yeah, once again, thank you guys for joining me.
You have left the group.
I'll free you guys up to go do whatever it is you want to do. And yeah, let me actually quickly have a look in the category. Who's around, or is there maybe new faces that were like, you know what? We'll read that way, but doesn't look like it. Because generally I prefer English and then also PvE. I never mind taking a chance on people. Sometimes as well we find interesting, cool people that way. But yeah, let's just round it out. We'll go with Other, who is the. But yeah, he's been going for a while. But I think he usually keeps going on Friday, so likely this isn't towards the end of his stream. Because sometimes catch people right at the end. They're doing Legendary UA. We'll go join them over there. I'll be back, yeah, not tomorrow. In this case, I'll be back, in fact, Sunday. Tomorrow I'll be at work. A video will go up. Actually, I can go look which video. Which one's scheduled for 20th? Oh, no, 18th, actually. So actually, yeah, tomorrow the build collection updates video will go up. The for character 4. So that one will go live tomorrow as it's already scheduled. And yeah, I'll be back on Sunday. We'll continue on. And of course, next Tuesday as well, we'll have Reanimated to go through. Likely on Sunday as well, I want to do some guide writing. I've already as well found a few other things we need to add to Wrong Text. I've added them to the bottom because there's a few others with Precision Strike and Virtuoso and something else. Brazen, Perfect Brazen. Because likely we'll work on those guides, and then as well Descent, of course, as the big guide. Yeah, I'll catch up some of these last ones, and then we'll head on off. And indeed, GG's all around. Indeed. And there's already knowing the end line, saying like the variant of the best LMG in the sand, and yes, extracts like do singers with bullet hell. Well, you don't want Lucky Shot in there. We kind of avoid Lucky Shot for. Actually, you say that as well, yeah. But yeah, indeed. Bullet hell with high RPM and Lucky Shot breaks. That's also why we take extra, because extra is, if Lucky Shot didn't break, extra is just a worse Lucky Shot, basically. Because Lucky Shot always gives you that 10%, and then on top of that, if you're in cover, you get recovery, or like, you know, the bullets not getting used. But but yeah, that's the need. And yeah, M249 is over. Although yeah, MG5 and such I could see as well. I want M249 especially as well for even better ammo conservation, and it's fine enough. It's close enough to the MG5 that it's not an issue. Yeah, let's go raid over onto Otter. They're gonna go fight in the garage, but they seem to be in a pre-made, I think. Well, maybe not. Maybe it's just matchmaking, or maybe scaring people. And yeah, I'll be back on Sunday. We'll be doing some guide writing and such. Then likely as well Monday, and we'll continue on with yeah, the build collection history kind of rambling talk thingy. That's the next video to record. And also likely I'll make a few again, a few shorts as well. There'll be a few of those going up in the coming days. But yeah, enough of my ramblings. I'm just gonna send everybody over on the Twitch end to Otter, and I'm just gonna say thank you for joining me once more. And as always, have a good night.